Welcome to the thrilling VCSA 2025, where the top teams from South Asia have a golden opportunity to showcase their skills and bring glory to our region at the prestigious VCT Ascension Pacific. This exhilarating tournament unfolds in 6 stages. Let's dive into the heart of the action with the qualifiers. In the VCSA qualifier, teams from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and the Maldives will compete, with 4 premier teams directly entering the quarterfinals. Only 2 teams will earn their spot in VCSA 2025 Split 1 through a single elimination format. In Split 1, a total of 8 teams will compete. This includes 2 teams from the qualifiers, 2 directly invited teams, and 4 pre-qualified teams from VCSA Split 3 2024. They will engage in an intense round-robin competition over the course of 14 action-packed days. Only 6 teams will advance to Split 2, while the bottom 2 teams will face relegation. In promotion relegation, the 2 relegated teams will compete against 2 premier teams in a knockout round to secure their place in Split 2. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament filled with fierce competition and dazzling gameplay.
For another frag, and VCSA head up the support, and offensive board.
Watch me, get down, give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2, the spike is sticking in. Down shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down. Velocity secures the
Give me my shot, give me my shot, kick come, I don't care. Get down.
Action, drama, and absolute cinema for the summary of day 1. But day 2 is going to start with an even more exciting note. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You all are watching the VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. I'm going to be your host and caster, Scared Yet. Alongside me, we've got the main magician guy out here, Aladdin. How are you doing, my man? After that day 1, day 2 seems to be even better.
Thank you so much for having me once again, and thank you so much for this warm welcome. If we talk about yesterday, it was definitely one of those entertaining days that we look for. I mean, the first of 3, that was something really interesting, and after that we saw some crazy finishes from different teams out there. We saw an early on aggression from that side as well. But let's talk about this day. Today we have 2 matchups. The first one is going to be between Revenant Esports and SATUL. The second one is going to be between Velocity and Aura. Let's talk about the first one that is going to start in a few moments. Revenant Esports versus SATUL. We have seen both of these teams, both of those the players these teams have. We have seen them playing already, and we can expect some dramatic gameplay as well today as well. But on the other side, if we talk about Revenant Esports, I think this is that side that I can say looks a bit heavy if we talk about their history as well.
Yeah, they are indeed looking pretty heavy, but you know, there's another thing that's very heavy throughout this entire series, and that's the entire format of Split 1, Split 2, Split 3. And we've got that in front of us already. Split 1, single round robin. We've got 8 teams, and then the bottom 2 teams will be sent to promotion relegation 1, where they will be matched up against the teams that will qualify from Premier, moving on to Split 2, giving us 8 teams. Now, 6 teams, the top 6 teams from Split 1 will qualify directly to Split 2. Same format will be followed for Split 3 as well. And when we finish off Split 3, the points that all the teams will gain throughout, the top 4 of them will qualify for Ascension playoffs. After the first team we get from the Ascension playoffs, they will qualify for Ascension. Yes, it's a very long run. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. As you mentioned, Aladdin, about the matchup as well for the teams in front of us. SATUL up against Reckoning, VLT up against Aura. These are the 2 games that are going to happen today. Before we jump directly onto this one, I kind of want to talk about what happened yesterday itself, right? You touched upon that fact as well. The first series going all the way to the 3rd map. We also had, if I'm not wrong, the overtime on the map of Lotus itself. While the second series, it was a close matchup on the first one, but it eventually ended up being a very solid domination by OG. And why not? Because again, they're all fighting for this massive prize pool of 1.13 crore rupees, but that's the overall prize pool, which is divided into 3 splits and also a special prize. The differences are directly in front of us: 26 lakh plus, 29 lakh plus, 53 lakh plus, and 4 lakh overall. But again, since we're talking about the prize pool itself, Aladdin, we also have the split 1 prize pool in front of us. It will be there in a second. There we go.
As we progress in the split 2 and 3, the prize pool relatively increases. But let's move forward and talk about the distribution of split 1 prize pool. It's 26 lakh rupees. The first team is going to get 12 lakh rupees, and the second team is going to get 6.4 lakh, and then the distribution goes on. But even if you're on the 8th spot, you will still get something, but that's something that you don't want to get. Obviously, every team wants to have their share in that first prize pool. Every team wants to have those 12 lakh rupees. But let's talk about the point system. Obviously, this is not a knockout round. This is a round robin format where you will get multiple chances to get your hands on these points. And similarly, as the prize pool increases in from split 1 to split 3, the point system also changes and increases from split 1 to split 3.
Absolutely. In split 1, for the first placing team, you're going to get 60 points. For split 2, it's 105 points. And for split 3, 135 points. Split 3 is super important, but at the same time, you need to have that consistency throughout the entire VCSA current season. But since we're already talking about all of that, Aladdin, we've got the matchup in front of us. Today's schedule, Reckoning up against S8UL. Second one, VLT up against Aura. Now I want to talk about the lineups as well, both the teams, because both of them have gone through a humongous roster change. For S8UL itself, let's be very honest, they've picked up a few players that were in another different lineup previously. They've also combined them with Helef and Techno. Helef and Techno were the players who were from true rippers. If arguably 2 of the best players that the subcontinent has produced, and you pair them up with other young guns as well, now that's a good amount of experience in front of you. While on the other side, we've got again Deadly 10, Tricky, Rio, BGG, Moner, really solid people, solid lineup. And this is one thing about Reckoning, you know, we've kind of noticed that they always love to bring in a couple of Russian players into their Indian core.
Absolutely, 2 of those players are Russian, and definitely this mix-up is going to increase the intense battle out there. But as you were talking about Team S8UL, they do have some experienced players to play with, but on the other side, they have some players, newcomers, new players with their raw aggression. So let's see how these things turn out. On the other side, if we talk about the history, Revenant Esports and S8UL, they have played against each other, and unfortunately, it didn't go well for Team S8UL previously.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are some old things that happen right now. Let's have a look at the roster itself, which we've kind of revealed to all of the people out there. Disease, Helef, Techno, Miz, King Kappa for S8UL, while BGG, Rio, Deadly 10, Tricky, and Moner. BGG, Moner, these 2 are the players who we'll really be looking forward to, because we have known all of these Russian players, they've got some cracky aim. I mean, even on the global stages, if we talk about that, Gambit used to be one of the best, or you could arguably say one of the best rosters out there in Valorant. So Russian players, they do have got that tag behind them, right? If you're from Russia, you're probably a crack player at Valorant. We'll have to wait and see, because even in previously, I remember Adrian King used to be one of the solid players out there. They also used to be A and Q. They used to be very solid in terms of their aim, but this game is not always all about aim, right? There's always strategy involved. There's always those calls involved. And in terms of calls, what better guy than Helef, who previously in the previous VCSA split, he made it to the grand finals, if I'm not wrong, at least 2 times or maybe even 3 times.
Absolutely correct. These recent changes are not just going to bring something good in S8UL. Other than that, we can see some challenges as well, because S8UL, it is really important for them to create some understanding between all those new players, all those newcomers as well. So let's see how this mix and match goes in this one. Although on the other side, Revenant Esports, they have their previous lineup, as they have some Russian players as well. They have that experience that they need to show on this level of a tournament. So let's see how this challenge is going to be accepted from their side. To be very honest, if we have to go towards the prediction round, I can say that Reckoning Esports is someone that I would like to choose. But on the other side, I think I have to ask the same question to you as well. What is your pick for this month, for this best of 3?
It's a pretty tough one, man. I'll have to say, because both of these lineup look very solid. It always comes down to how much practice you've had. So I guess I'm gonna go with S8UL this time around. It seems that this entire roster that they have picked up, 3-player hybrid disease as well, and then Techno Helef, you combine all of that, you've got the experience, you've got some of the solid young guns. I think so we can very well see the potential that this roster has, and at the same time you could also count on the firepower that they'll bring. But again, I'm ready to be surprised by what Reckoning Esports is bringing on the table.
Absolutely. I think the way you are appreciating Helef and all these other players of Team S8UL, I can say that we can see a little bit of biasness from your side towards them, but definitely Reckoning Esports, the way they play, the kind of aggression they have, they will impress everyone out there. So this matchup is going to be really interesting. On the other hand, we have another best of 3 that will be played between Aura Gaming and Velocity. We have seen Velocity Gaming playing previously in some of the tournaments, but on the other side, Aura, relatively a new team. Let's see what they are going to bring on the table. Yesterday we did have 2 best of 3s. In the first one we saw Global Esports dominating. On the other side, in the second one, Asterisk Esports, they struggled a lot. In their first match, Asterisk was a completely different team. This thing can happen with any of those out there, because when you lose one match, you definitely lose your confidence, and that's when experience comes in. And S8UL, Reckoning Esports, both the teams, they do have all those experience. But let's talk about the matchup right now. For now, the map Veto is here. We can see S8UL, they banned Pearl, and the Lotus is their first pick. On the other side, Heaven is the second match that will be played, and Split is the decider. How do you look at this matchup right now?
To be honest, I'll have to say Lotus has got 100% first map pick rate. We've seen this map show up 3 times now. This is the 3rd series that we're going to witness. The first one, it was an OT. The second one, it was a very close call. I'm pretty excited to see what's going to happen this time around. Haven as well making its new appearance. 2 3-sided map out there, along with Split being the decider. I really want the series to go all the way to the 3rd map just to witness what's going to happen on Split. But also at the same time, Lotus Haven, 2 3-side map, very attack-sided, you could really say. So the calls are going to be even more crucial. I've already mentioned that. In terms of how good an IGL is, you always see that given how good he calls on attack. And Helef has got a good amount of experience in that. But I want to see what Reckoning is bringing on the table. As I've already said, they've got some cracked Damers, Deadly 10. He used to play for Middle, if I'm not wrong, back when Sai used to lead the roster. Tricky, Rio. Rio used to be a part of the old OG lineup too. So if I'm not wrong, Rio is probably going to give out the calls. I do need a confirmation on that though. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how that roster is also going to perform out there on this stage, specifically when they're up against an experienced lineup like that.
Absolutely, but now that we have the map Veto ready, we have to see the compositions as well. Another important factor, what are going to be the compositions that these teams are going to use? Is this going to be vanilla? Are they going to try something new? Considering this is the first match, they can go towards some new compositions as well. Have they adopted, or are they going to be are they going to play with their default setup? This is something that we have to discuss and see. What are your predictions? What do you think Team S8UL is going to pick on this one?
I also want to bring out the same fact about the compositions on Lotus. What happened yesterday? I kind of want to compare and then predict what's going to happen today. Where we've seen Viper, we've seen Omen, double controllers, we've seen double initiators. But you know what? We'll talk about the compositions in a while. Let's quickly have an interview with the players out there.
So we'll definitely have the conversations around it. Hello guys, hello, welcome, and all the very best for the match that is going to be ahead of you.
We do have BGG and obviously Hellranger, the coach. BGG, what about you, man? Where's your coach? We're missing him.
You are missing I'm also missing him. I don't know. He's there. He's with us now, maybe giving some advice to the boys. Maybe he's busy. He's busy, man.
He is
Don't interrupt
busy.
him.
Don't interrupt him. All right, I got your answer, man.
Okay. All right, no worries, Hellranger. So previously we have seen you as a player as well. Now you've diversified into the coaching side. How different is the mindset that you feel right now is with respect to you being the coach, and how well you guided the team so far for this particular match now?
I think we have had a short practice session. We have had like 2 weeks to practice, but we had 7 players, so we were giving a chance to everyone to secure their spot. But so far it's been good. And talking about the change in mindset, I feel the approach to the game is similar, but at the end of the day, as a coach, it's about what you can teach to the players and not about what you know. So I'm trying to thread that needle accordingly, and yeah, it's been a good experience so far.
100%.
BGG, once again, you are now joined Reckoning. You have part of a different team just before this particular tournament. So how you guys are gelling up actually? And who is the team leader, the in-game leader of Reckoning?
That's me now. Before that was Rio, but we find out that might be change better for us at this moment. But we are trying a lot of ways to find our way to play, because at the start that was not issues, but mentality was really different. But we are playing more than 1 month already together, so the issues is full gone for us now. We are in full confidence.
Yeah, and just one question before both of you guys leave. For both of you guys saw yesterday's matches, how the matches were. We saw RNTX just going on 3 maps, and we saw Orangutan finishing down to 2 maps. So what do you guys think of this splits competition now? Is it bigger and better? How do you think your team is going to fare against all these teams, starting from maybe you, BGG?
It's hard to say now because we didn't play any match. We didn't feel the opponents yet. So ask me this question again after we finish first league, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Hellranger?
Yeah, for me, like, if I'm being honest, we don't really care about the opponents. I don't even care about the outcome. It's about playing good Valorant. So as long as we do that, that's what I tell the boys. It's always about not skipping steps, playing the situation correctly, going round by round, and that's what I like to focus on. Because when you tend to focus too much on the results, it builds up a lot of unnecessary pressure. Obviously, we want to win. That being said, right, I don't mean that we don't want to win, but at this point, we are just focused on playing a good game of Valorant, and the result will speak for itself.
Well, hopefully, I think we will see that incredible game of Valorant. And thank you very much. All the very best for the game.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I still remember reading a few lines that you need to focus on what you are doing rather than the results itself. And Hellranger mentioning that point clearly states the mentality of the team, that they are ready to showcase their best. They do not care about the result itself. Yes, they're going to try and play for the win, but at the same time, their main focus is playing good Valorant. But I mentioned that I think so. I thought Rio was probably the IGL of Reckoning, but now BGG taking that role over Aladdin, I think so. That's going to bring in a different kind of approach to the team right away.
Definitely, the experience is going to be there that the BGG brings on the table. So let's see how this team uses that and obviously shape their performance accordingly. But on the other side, before this interview, we were talking about the composition as well. As previously, yesterday, we had 2 Lotus maps, and on those both of those maps, we saw a kind of the similar composition from all 4 teams. It was Vice, Viper, Fade, Omen, and Raze. Only Asterisk was that team which changed a little bit in that composition, but unfortunately, they faced a heavy loss because of that. But on the other side, the similar composition was used by all these 3 teams, and I guess this is the composition that we expect from these teams to play with.
To be very honest, I kind of want some experimentations out there now. I want to see some Yorus being brought on the table though, but since this map is very staple pick for a Raze, we will probably see the Raze pick only, but at the same time I want those Teho breaches as well. Pair it up with an Omen, pair it up with a Viper for a pseudo Sentinel role, or maybe don't put a Viper, bring a Vice into the competition. We've seen all of these comps in the international stages. So I kind of want to see that adaptation as well. I love the fact that Asterisk were kind of picking up on it, but at the same time, other teams also need to scale up. Now, that's one thing I always mention. that Asterisk, they almost won that map. Had there been a little more discipline in the team, maybe their approach could have been, you know, a little bit refined, and they might have picked that one up. Maybe we would have, you know, seen that entire series go for that third map. But it's absolutely fine. Right now we've got a game in front of us. Revenant Esports, S8UL. We've got some good international experience as well. We've got some solid Indian players out there. Some cracky aimers. I'm excited for this one. My prediction, I've already told you, Aladdin, that I think so S8UL are probably going to close it out. What are your thoughts?
I already told you that Revenant Esports is definitely going to give a tough time, although S8UL is still, they still have that experience, but on the other side, I'm expecting that Revenant Esports is going to give a lot of challenge, but we have something in front of us. I would like you to explain this to the audience.
Well, for all the people out there who really want to earn something, or rather win something, this is the giveaway question for today. We had one yesterday, and today's question is, before joining their current team, which organization did Rossi play for in his first major Valorant tournament? In order to answer this question, you first have to scan that QR code, and then there's going to be a form in front of you. You fill out that form, fill out all the details, and fill in your answer. The correct answer is not going to win the giveaway right away, but throughout the entire week, the one who answers the maximum correct questions will win 5,000 VP. That's for the first place. The second position player is going to win 2,000 VP. So for all the people who are out there, scan that QR code, answer the question, fill in the form, click on the submit, and then you're eligible. Once you answer the most correct questions, 5,000 VP are not going to get anywhere but rather in your account. That probably means you're going to get your favorite skin. Unfortunately for me, I'm not getting my Gaia's Vengeance Vandal.
I highly doubt that. I do think that you're also commenting from your other device. But let's not talk about it. Let's talk about this game. I exposed you right here. But never mind. Let's talk about the game. Oh, okay. Let's talk about the first game that is going to be played between Revenant Esports and S8UL. As you already mentioned, that the IGL factor is going to be there. The Russian player factor is going to be there. But at the end of the day, it's not about who is good and who is bad. It's about which team plays better on that specific day. Which team plays with those advantages, which team plays a little bit more carefully, because yesterday we saw some best of threes that could have been resulted in a different way, but all those smaller mistakes, all those crucial mistakes, they made them cost the best of three, specifically that TP from the Omen side, if you remember.
Yeah, I still remember those jitters. Now that's something you need to wipe off, regardless of what you do, but these players, they've got absolutely no jitters. You can see King Kappa looking into the camera. He was, probably having the stare down contest itself. But LF, Disease, Miz, all these players out there ready, super solid as we move on to the map of Lotus. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a series in front of us, and agent composition is now the main question. Which team is going to go in for that Teho breach? Which one is going to stick to their default? We've got the Teho breach from Reckoning. Along with the Yoru as well. Alright, I'm happy, I'm excited. I talked about it, Aladdin. We've got the Yorus now being brought in, along with the ISO raised double duelist with the SOA. Now that's interesting. If I'm not wrong, that's probably the composition that T1 brought in on this map.
Absolutely. Team Revenant Esports, Team S8UL, they are experimenting. They are going with something different. And now let's see how these things turn out as this match progresses. Revenant Esports, as you were expecting, you wanted to see Yoru and Teho, and there we have it. Yoru, Teho, Breach, and then Vice. Some real interesting composition. Now on the other side, as you already mentioned, King Kappa is bringing the ISO along with Raze by Miz. This is definitely going to be one of those interesting matches, and I really want to see this. I really want to see some interesting Valorant being played here. Let's talk about the first round. A little bit of tension towards the C side, and on the other side, the defense player are also going to push here. So this is going to be really insane. We will see some bloodshed in the early few seconds of this round.
Yeah, possibly that drone broken instantly. Don't have a lot of information, but there we go. Finally, shots being fired, and Techno is the first man to draw blood. Deadly 10 on the other side, answers right back with 10 HP in his pocket. Still survives, but there's still one more player, or maybe two, you need to deal with. LF, Disease. Disease, do you have enough? Do you have what it takes? He absolutely does, as LF catches two as well. The attention being drawn towards the Sova, and the Cypher strikes from behind. Lovely start of the pistol round though, it was inevitable. We saw both the teams having the same idea of moving towards C, but the first two picks that Techno was able to get, where he traded King Kappa, those were the crucial ones.
Absolutely, the first round is setting the momentum, and it's clearly telling you that this game is not going to be easy at all. And you can see some crazy picks by Deadly, but on the other side, Disease was there, Helef was there to get the job done and seal the deal for their team. Round number 2, a save round from the side of Team Revenant Esports, because definitely they have to buy in the third one. But on the other side, we have seen a couple of Guardians and one Bulldog as well. Helef bringing that a difficult weapon, not difficult, but a crazy weapon, I can say. Something that that can give you a lot of picks in the bonus round, in the save round specifically, in the second round.
And also if in case someone tries to go for the force buy, then for the bonus round itself, that weapon becomes lethal. But apart from Tricky, I haven't really seen anyone going in for any kind of force. It's only Tricky with 1,000 creds in his pocket. Techno is ready with the paranoia.
Timing.
Yep. Perfect. Miz catching BGG. The trade. Oh, okay,
my
Rio.
God.
Nice shots out there, catching Miz. He overstayed his welcome, so a good punish, but I don't think so. It's gonna lead into anything more. Techno is there.
30
Ready.
seconds left.
Broken the TP as well, does the flash, double tap, activated, but Tricky has got some good shots up his sleeve, but not enough to take Techno down. As he gets Sue, and S8UL start with a 2-0 lead.
Classic is the new bundle. That's what Tricky tried to prove. And he did get one pick on King Kappa, but Team S8UL easily seizing the round for themselves. And now, as this is the buy round and bonus round from side of Team S8UL, things are gonna get interesting from here. Let's see if Team S8UL will be able to convert this one. It seems a little bit difficult, as we cannot count Revenant Esports out any day. But a bit of tension from both the sides towards A main. BGG finding the first one and finding another. This guy is not stopping at all and finds the third one as well.
Lovely.
This is crazy. An easy down.
Yep, they
Almost.
forced out Techno out in the open after using the guided salvo over towards the link, which eventually put him in a bad position, and he was basically not at all ready. Miz as well, right behind the rubble. He had to peek out there, and BGG, he understood where he would be playing, and he was alone. Finished him off, and then eventually ended up trading King Kappa as well. Lovely performance coming in from this guy. Look at that, King Kappa, he was good for one, but BGG, super fast on that trigger. Trading him off, and eventually now, S8UL are in the position. They want to fight Rubble. Undercut is going to go along with the paranoia as well. Good utility being used up, but understanding the heavy presence. Reckoning answering back, moving towards the seaside right away. Disease, he's all alone out here. Does not get tagged by the drone, so the trips are going to stand. But he moves all the way back, giving up the site entirely. Guided salvo out here. Opening up the space as well. Running up on the back of it. Quickly breaking out that fire so Disease cannot catch anything. Good play from Reckoning, good execute.
Put a random fires out there. BGG finds Helef. And look at Tricky. He's not stopping at all. He's pushing the spawn. And on the other side, some random fires. Gameplay is still going on. But look at Techno slowly and steadily pushing towards that side. This is going to be an easy post-plant situation, as this is a 3v5. Revenant Esports converting another round in their favor. I think Team S8UL, all they have to do is save their weapon now. They can go for some exit frags, but they should not lose their weapon. They cannot give an advantage to Revenant Esports, specifically that economy advantage.
Here's this one big reason why this composition that S8UL are bringing this kind of lacks in terms of stalling potential. If you're heavy committing towards one part of the map, then wherever the Cypher is playing, he does not have enough utility to stall out when the enemy just rushes you down. And that is what Reckoning capitalized on. There were only a couple of tripwires out there, maybe 1 or 2 steel cages, but the amount of utility that was used up to take rubble, it gave a clear indication to Reckoning that C is going to be a very weak side. So good understanding, good adaptation. Still 3 rifles up on board with a couple of sheriffs. Helif is doing a pretty solid job with that. 4-2-1, couple of points away from his own Hunter's Fury 2. He catches one and maybe takes an orb. That would mean that an important ultimate would be online. 3-2 split though for Reckoning.
Another problem that I think Team SATUL is gonna face when they will be attacking is their post plant situation. They do not have any player to use those utils in any post plant situation on the other side. Team Reckoning Esports, they have so much utils. They have their breach ready. They have Vice utils alongside Teho. But for now, Moner picked one. SATUL, the trouble is definitely on them. Slowly and steadily, Team Reckoning Esports pushing towards SATUL. Helif is trying to reveal something, but unfortunately he gets caught. He's open for grasp, and Team Reckoning Esports, they're not gonna make any mistake out there.
Spike planted.
2 people
Absolutely.
for the flank. Moner is watching them. But he'll be taken down right away. Techno down to 8 HP, but at least it's a 3v3. He's got the TP available to try and support. Miz figures out where the players are. I mentioned about the post plants. There's a lot available for Reckoning. Still got a fast point. Rio, deadly 10 wins out the fight against Disease though. That was an important one. Miz also down to such a low HP. Combined HP 13 for these players. And they've decided not to fight for it. Running away, but can they survive is the big question. Deadly catches one. And Techno is just running away. Wants to live. And he'll be able to keep his rifle at least for now. Good round by Reckoning. This time working over towards A, waited for the aggression from B, answered that back and then moved over. Got Helif as well with the utility in the hand. Timing was brilliant.
I can say that Moner did give a chance, but unfortunately the opponent did not capitalize. I mean, he missed a lot of shots, but Team SATUL, they definitely need to rethink, re-strategize. But this is just the beginning. They don't want to drag their mistakes. They don't want to give more rounds to Reckoning Esports. They just want to stop them right now, right here. Yep. And look at Miz. He is bringing an operator. So this can be dangerous for Team Reckoning Esports. Miz probably will go towards the C side and block the entrance with this operator. But as Team Reckoning Esports has so many utils, so much util, they can definitely nerf out the top as well.
This composition itself is a very anti-operator comp. As you mentioned, guided salvos, flashpoints, fault lines, aftershocks, arc rows, everything. The only thing I want to see is Tricky utilizing this Yoru to the fullest potential. Currently he's struggling a bit. That's fine, his team is doing up the job. Armageddon is available for this round too. 3 people of SATUL starting over towards C, 1 at B, 1 at A. Helif, he's alone. He knows what happened previously, so he's just playing a bit more passive this time. He's got to give up the side. There's absolutely nothing he can do to try and stall this one out, but the rotation is already on its way. A couple of players moving in over towards Heaven. Full-fledged util burst down, backside control taken as well. Drop control is theirs. And again sent in, and there we go.
Launching thorns. Thorns are
He's
alive.
got the steel guard and used up, no weaponry. That's going to buy some crucial time for Reckoning. And look at where Moner is scaling up. All the way towards stairs, and Techno is there, but does he anticipate him so far forward? Yes, he does. Paranoia perfect on the face, but the timing just not enough. Miscatches one with the operator onto Tricky. But they've got so much more to do, scaling up behind the contingency, double tap activated. Rio, PGG playing all the way far back, ready with the utils. Reckoning should win this round.
Absolutely. A util heavy post plant situation, but look at this. Honor finds one, finds another, and this is it. An easy conversion from Reckoning side. Techno is the last man standing, but he has to save his weapon now. Situation was down to a 4v5. It looked like SATUL will try to get this one, but unfortunately, Reckoning Esports, they had the utils ready, and as we talked about this already, post-plant situation for Reckoning Esports is going to be so much easy because they have so much util.
Now is the main idea behind this composition that SATUL is bringing, right? It's not... You cannot play systematic with this comp. You have to be very quick on the fly. You have to take those chaotic fights. You have to go for the flank heavy play. You can't really end up giving up the space on side. Techno tried to. PGG was just better. Shuts him down. Look at that. Emptied out the entire side. Now the rotation is over towards all the 4 players. C is fully empty. It's going to be another free side for Reckoning. My, oh my. Reckoning is just playing phenomenal Valorant right now. Fun fact, Aladdin, now BGG is basically set out for a lurk play. He's going to catch a timing onto the players behind SATUL. And C side is also theirs.
I really don't think that he needs to do that. I mean, Tricky and other players, they will be enough for the remaining players of Team SATUL. This is it.
Oh my god.
Trying to use that ultimate. Unfortunately, he still gets picked off, and BGG, the player who was set up to play late in the game, he was not even needed.
An even better part now, he can basically do the same thing in the next round.
Absolutely.
SATUL are not going to expect it because they haven't seen it. Even the showstopper was used out in this round, though. I'm not quite sure if that was a good decision. Anything? It was pretty flashy on that point. 22 HP on Tricky as well, so it did not do the job that was intended. The setup now changing. 2-0-3. Double control established. That's pretty nice. Kill contract available though, but King Kappa, would you want to use that as a question? 4 player over towards B, sending it out directly. Picks up Rio. Oh my god, the man just used out the shorty out there in the ultimate. It's fine. King Kappa wins out that duel. So no more utility of that breach coming in, but you still got Deadly 10 to worry about. Techno catches one on BGG, so 2 early duels being won. Hunter's Fury invested as well. An ult heavy round for SATUL. And they're also winning out on all those trades. Techno gets 2 over towards the end, 3 to finish off the round. SATUL demolished Reckoning in that B crunch.
They used 2 ultimates, but thankfully they did convert this round towards their side. Specifically Techno, the credit goes towards him as well. The way he picked 3 of those players and made sure that SATUL wins this round. Although Team Reckoning Esports, they did try to change their plan, which I really didn't like. Going towards B was definitely a bad idea. But Team SATUL, they did play a good game as well, a good round as well. But now, as the tension moves towards the C side, Wiz is still there with the operator. You have to be careful. But the drone is going to give a lot of information. And definitely this team is going to fall back. And you can see towards the map, they're falling back towards the A side again. But A rubble is being controlled by SATUL. Helef is there, Helef is there. Helef made a mistake, but still Tricky. He could not capitalize. Fortunately, BGG comes, takes a trade, and he gets taken down as well. Reckoning Esports, they are in a bit of pickle now. And look at Miz. A crispy aim, a crispy shot from his side. He is also coming online now. SATUL winning another round. There is this possibility because now the situation is down to a 2v3, but look at BGG. He's not giving up at all.
Right there.
BGG and Rio, you've got the Rolling Thunder available as well, and Helef is just 33 HP. It's about King Kappa and his timing. He's now trying to find. He will be able to catch on to Rio. He just missed it. Yeah, he just missed it. And BGG wins out the duel. It's important as he catches 2. 4 for the man, and he's on for an ace. LF just 33 HP.
He has the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, it does not even matter at this point. LF cannot win this one out unless he fishes out Rio. One shot to the body is all Rio needed. Flying a bit too high, my guy. Wins out the 2v3 Reckoning with 6 rounds already in their bag on the attack side of Lotus. It's a dream start for them.
Absolutely. Team SATUL, they had that advantage in this round. But unfortunately, BGG was there to make the situation even for his team. And now they need a timeout. Why do they need a timeout?
To probably, you know, just chill out a bit maybe. Like, it's fine. We kind of lost early few members in the previous one. It's fine. Maybe just to change out the pace, momentum, adrenaline. Whenever it's a bit too high, you would want to take that time out to calm your team down. That's what's happening.
I think there's no other reason that Team BGG Team Reckoning Esports, not BGG. I'm really sorry. There's no other reason that Team Reckoning Esports is gonna take this time out. And on the other side, Team SATUL, they're also given a chance to think about what they are doing wrong. Moving towards the round number 10. The pressure is on the side of Team SATUL definitely, because they tried to win another round back to back, but unfortunately they lost it. It was their round. So we can say that the pressure is gonna be there on them. And now that they don't have the weapon advantage. Early use of guided salvo pushes back to the players.
Cage triggered.
Two of the players. And now they're retreating towards the A side. They gave the information towards the C and B side, and now they're hitting A once again. But the slow push is gonna give a chance to SATUL to rotate out, and look at Helif. He is rotating out, and he will get some information as well.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to get the attention of the members of SATUL, or maybe to catch one person who would want to go for the backstab. Reckoning. They're just playing around the map. They're playing with the mind of SATUL right now. Monair is in a position to basically get activated on the lurk. Disease still holding down C. A lot of... Yeah, so he's going to be caught in the Rolling Thunder itself. There's no trips for him to play off it. Only the steel case that is used up. Just trying to find a timing, but he's all the way out in the open. Nothing could have prepared him for this, and BGG is super crispy for those trades. 3-player flooding in. 1-for-1 trade. King Kappa stunned up already. Double tap activated. But he's the last man standing. Turns around. 180 is Monair. But can he do something more? Still needs to catch in 2 more people. 47 HP kill contract available, but it's all about timing. Rio sees him. Rio sprays him. And secures the round for his team. 7-3.
Not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
Another round goes towards Team Reckoning Esports, and in this round they did try to do something different. Gave information towards the C side, rotating back towards A, and then another rotation towards C. But Team SATUL, as they were not buying it, I was expecting that this can be that round where Team SATUL will turn the table. But unfortunately, Team Reckoning Esports was just better. Specifically BGG getting those entry frags.
He's doing everything right now. BGG providing the utility, finding all the timings, and also getting those pseudo entries. Tricky has got the Dimensional Drift available, so he can try and jump in, find some timings. Monair 1 away from his own Steel Guard, and Deadly 2 away from his Armageddon. So another ult cycle is now going to come in. 2 more rounds remaining, so I don't really see any big way for SATUL to win this one out. They do have the kill contract, they do have the Noodle Thrift.
I'll fake teleport.
Still not quite sure how that's going to be helping them out. There we go. Dimensional Drift emptying out the entire side. Kill contract used up already. It's Deadly 10 this time around. Solid aimers, both the players. Tricky gets one on Techno. Deadly will win out the duel as well.
No.
King Kappa down on his knees. Helev is there for the trades. Punishing out a couple of players, finds the timing behind them, but it's still 3v3. Disease will not anticipate Deadly and Armageddon up online this time. Rio wins out the one against Helev. It's all down to Miz. Can he catch one? Concuss, Paranoia, everything left for them. What an execute by Reckoning.
My ult's not ready.
Absolutely brilliant execute towards the B side. Previously, when they tried to hit this, they lost it. But in this round, the way they used their ultimate to clear the side, and after that, King Kappa, he did try to stop the team, but unfortunately, Deadly was just too good. Another round goes towards this team, and Revenant Esports, they're proving their worth on this round, on this game, on this map. 8-3 is the score line. Team SATUL. In every other round, you see them with a mixed buy. Some of them are playing with the light shield and guardian. Some of them are playing with the heavy shield and vandal. But in this one, they still have that buy disadvantage. On the other side, a couple of ultimates Team Reckoning Esports has to play. They have a couple of ultimates to play with. They definitely have the advantage, but an early execute, an early close push, Steel Garden being used. Tricky finds one and finds another.
Oh, lovely.
Back, but look at this, look at this. Util use it, it's just too good.
They've got the numbers up and they still don't care about the Util. It's such a lovely disciplined play from Reckoning Esports. 9-3 in that half, and that is when they lost the pistol and the round immediately after that. What a way this team is playing. It seems like Reckoning Esports, they have revamped the roster, and this is a revamped Reckoning itself. 13-3 for BGG, 10-5 Deadly 10, 9-3 and 12. Rio is just having the time of his life. Monair 685, fine. He's the lurker. Tricky 69, it's okay. He's taking those entries. Disease 19, man, that's rough for the guy. He can't really do anything because whenever he's just holding it down, that's a full-fledged horns out bull push from Reckoning. 2-3 split, no one on B, just a sheer to hold it down. That means they will have an idea of what's coming there. As you holding it down.
As you already mentioned, the Russians are having their time. But look at SATUL, two of the players are pushing towards A side. BGG is there. On the other side, Techno finds Deadly, but he gets traded off. Rotating back towards the A side. Helev has the spike.
They're gonna probably end up towards B.
Oh no. Miz has no idea that two of the players are there. They're just waiting. They're just waiting for SATUL to think that nobody's here.
This is brilliant. Miz has already got the timing onto Monair. He'll be able to take him down. It's just about how quickly can he find that one. BGG though. BGG Monair. They just traded out the rest of the members of SATUL. They should have waited. Oh my god. Miz finds one. But can he get the second? No, he will not. BGG shuts him down. Disease on 14 HP. The cure is there. The antivirus. BGG, my man. Wins it all out. The timing could not have been better for Reckoning, or we just have to say, man, SATUL. The impatience. And by the way, Aladdin, this is a map pick of SATUL.
You did mention a great point out there. The map that Team SATUL was supposed to be better than Team Reckoning Esports. They are losing it. With this score line, 10-3, For now, there's this technical pause that is giving another chance for team SATUL to think about their strategies, their plan, their game of action. Because no matter what they were doing in the defense side, it was not working. And now, when the things have shifted, the things have turned, they have to be better on attack side. I mean, the way they played this pistol round, their plan of action was good, their execution was good. But Team Reckoning, they were just better in the aim game. And that's one of the reasons why they won the pistol round. So Team SATUL, now that their strategy is exposed, they have to come up with something different. And unfortunately, now Team Reckoning Esports have the buy advantage. So you cannot force it, because if you force and lose, then the game is over. If you save and lose, then definitely it will go towards that 11-3 score line where you will not be allowed to make a single mistake. So this is a very tight situation for Team SATUL.
Kinda reminds me of the Sao Paulo Grand Finals 5th map of Icebox. Between Loud and Fnatic. The stakes were very different. Situation kinda the same. But with the way how Reckoning is playing, I'll have to say, SATUL, they just look underprepared for this one. They did pick up the composition, but they're not playing it on its strength. So rather than for this composition to work, you need to create chaos throughout the map. You can go for a very fast hit, but then you have to take the space behind that, because you mentioned it perfectly. They don't have good post-plant utility. Apart from maybe just a couple of shock darts or paint shells, if you're saving it up, nothing. Because you'll have to use the other utils like the Paranoia, the Recons, to take those entries. Now it comes down to how much space can you try and deny your opponent, and how solid are you in those aim duels. And SATUL has not been looking crispy. If anything, Reckoning are looking super sharp. They're just slicing through SATUL like a hot knife through butter. Now they've got even better utilities. Mentioned about the weapons, Outlaw, 3 Bulldogs, a Spectre. Everything is super solid for them. And this IGL that they've brought in from Russia, my man is obliterating the other side. 16-3 on smokes is crazy.
I think Team SATUL is going through the same process that Team Asterisk did yesterday. They made the same composition mistake. I mean, if you remember yesterday's game, Asterisk was 11-13 against Orangutan on Lotus, but on Haven it was 1-13. There was something that was different, something that was wrong, and definitely it was the composition. So I can say that this composition is something that Team SATUL is not playing that it was supposed to be played. But let's talk about the game now, because it is starting once again. Team Revenant Esports, they definitely have the weaponry advantage. Taking that A double control early on. Definitely SATUL will have a very slow approach in this one. Oh, nice. LF again proving that Classic is the new Vandal. Takes down BG, but is this enough? Moner is also low in HP, so this gives an advantage to them. Although Moner, he took the gun back towards the side. He does not want to give any weaponry advantage to SATUL.
Good hit.
That flash gives out the information though. They're still holding it down there. Share available on B, therefore Deadly 10 can rotate out of there. Moner in an off angle, so if anyone wants to disrespect, they will be meeting their fate. And for as long as Tricky is gonna hold down that A, the stack towards C remains.
30
Real is
seconds
ready with
left.
the fault line. It's all about timing. He can actually catch 2 people out there though. How long is he gonna hold though? King Kappa, so very close. Right on his face, will be taken down. Rio, perfect with that trade, but 12 HP. And the support from Moner is there. The combined HP of these two players is 39, but they still denied the entry to SATUL, who quickly take the door. Moves over towards the B to get that spike down, but there we go. Tricky jumps in, perfect flash, and the shear was there.
Enemy remaining.
So no trades whatsoever. Mona catches one more. Disease catching the answer back on one at least, but it does not matter, as Deadly 10 will shut him down. HP disadvantage, who cares? As long as we've got the shots on the head, we will win the round.
Another brilliant round towards Team Revenant Esports and SATUL. They have been forced to rethink, re-strategize through a timeout. But they had enough time in the tech pause already. But now that they have Vandals, they do not want to miss this one. They have this opportunity. They have the weapon advantage. Usually when you are playing some bad rounds, this is somewhere that you get a chance to revamp. But is this going to be enough? The scoreline is so bad for them. Revenant Esports, they have that advantage in every possible way. They are playing for the bootcamp, right?
Probably. Who knows? I mean, given the situation, it does not matter where they're playing from. It's how they're playing. And we'll have to say they're just being outclassed by the members of Revenant Esports. Over towards the A. Solid play. There we go. First shot, King Kappa. He lands at not just one, but rather three. Still on 2 HP. And wants to go more as Techno. They shut down Deadly 10. This round lasted less than that timeout. And it's all down to Maner. 150 HP player, 3 out in front of him. King Kappa on 2. You can basically just pass by him and he'll fall. And the rest, he's gonna take a shot to the skull. He's still on 10.
He will try to take some exit frags and that's it.
Maybe.
Trying to change his position.
There's a tripwire in front of him, so they'll know.
Lock trap destroyed. My ultimate's ready.
Oh my
Wait a
god!
second. That's enough damage already. Can he get one more? Disease. He's still trying to survive though, but alright. Mona
Saved
thought that it's
Vandal.
enough. Lovely. Did not get the round, but he got 3 skulls out there. Only 2 weaponries carried forward for the next one, so it's not going to be a decent buy for the rest of the players.
Absolutely, and as we already mentioned, Team SATUL, they had the weapon advantage in this one. Revenant Esports, they made it quick. They pushed towards A side where all the players of Team SATUL were. But it didn't work out for them. But now that they have the same weapon, in fact, better weaponry somehow, and even have an ultimate ready. King Kappa, he's definitely gonna use his ultimate as well.
Again, aggressive play over towards the rubble. But this time around, reckoning they've already given out that space. King Kappa. My god, this is something you hate to see. But I'll have to be honest, he knew that there was Tricky's clone out there. Why would he send out a skill contract in that direction? Unfortunate, but it's fine. Miz was able to find a pick on Monet. So all that Sentinel and utility over towards the C now just wasted, but still they need to retake over towards the A side. Got a Paranoia flash available. Flashpoint for Rio 2, but as soon as I say that, the Paranoia is just out of the round. BGG shut down. Long range fight and Disease wins it out. Tricky was the only man who basically got some success. And their skulls will be taken out as well. Disease Helef winning out a crucial round for S8QL, the first gun round of this half.
And that was definitely the most important round because now that team, Revenant Esports, had their weapons back. SATUL, they are proving that they are here for a reason. That kill contract, although it got wasted, but even after that, they did not lose any hope. Specifically King Kappa. He went all in, picked 2 players. on the round for his team. And now, once again, the tension is there towards the A side. But look at BGG. He finds one with the Marshall and Monair. He was hiding on a very cheeky angle.
Retrieving
Falls
flash.
back with the Vandal in his hand. Another round where Team SATUL, they're supposed to be. It was supposed to be an easy round for them. But now the situation is down to a 3v4. And Monair has a Vandal.
And has also got the Steel Guard unavailable. That makes those Sheriffs even more deadly. It's about time. They had the full control over towards the rubble too. Razorvine, one of them used up already to... You thought that maybe there's someone pushing out. But it's all about timing. Reckoning Esports, they're not rotating. They still think it's going to be a proper B.
I know exactly where.
Alright, that smoke's going to give it up along with the neural theft. They've got all the information they need. Techno quickly moving up. Steel Garden ready. He's just waiting for his team to jump in. There we go. Lovely positioning. He catches
God.
one though. Nothing more after that. And they've all lost their primary weaponry. It's about time. And the rest of the players quickly jump in. Tricky showing out the position where Disease is. He dodges out the stun. No, wait a second.
Oh
He's
my
getting
God.
caught in that. And with that, Bucky, they get a pick too. Another Vandal to work around with a numbers advantage. Helef one away from his Hunter's Fury. But he needs to get a pick. Drone available along with a Shock Dart. 4 seconds for recon. Can he do enough? Can he do enough? No, he cannot. And they have enough time, Aladdin. Reckoning move to 12.
Thrifty.
A thrifty round in this situation clearly tells that you were lacking in something, but Reckoning Esports, they were just too good. The way they utilized their ultimate, specifically the Steel Garden being used when the site wasn't controlled by Team SATUL, and after that, Dimensional Drift, the way he used it. I mean, Team Reckoning Esports, they are using their utility to the maximum. Even after Steel Garden being used on Disease, he still asked for a stun. He still asked for UD from his teammate.
Alright, explosive start over towards Royal one more time. This time Reckoning want to fight it. BGG finds the first one. Can he catch anything more? That's the question. Absolutely, he will. Hunter's Fury. But the Hunter is the only one remaining as his team just got obliterated. Not hunted, but obliterated. Helef, smoke fades. He steps, catches 2. Alright, he's still got 3. Can he find Monair? Absolutely not. He thought maybe he could, but it's Reckoning Esports winning out the first map, and that is the map pick of S8UL. It is sheer domination.
Sheer domination is what you mentioned, and that's what we saw already from the side of Team Reckoning Esports. They made it look so easy. SATUL, they had no chance. In the second half, they did try to retaliate a little bit, but it was still not enough. There's one thing about this team, Reckoning Esports, is that they have so much trust in their teammates. They have their communication. Everything was on point from their side. No mistakes made. Even in an advantageous situation where they had better weaponry, they had better players advantage, they still did not hesitate to use their utils. I mean, remember that round when the opponent, when it was a 3v5 situation, that Team Reckoning Esports, they had Vandals, and on the other side, Team SATUL was saving. They still used guided salvo along with breach util. So this is what they were doing throughout the game. They were relying heavily on the utils.
That's what I already mentioned at the starting of the game itself, that whenever you bring in a breach Teho into any other composition, and if you add a Yoru in that, that's a very flashy util heavy comp where you need to utilize that utilities to perfection. Guided salvos, yes, there's also the drones, you've got all of the breach utils, aftershocks, fault lines, flash points. You've got so many things to use to go for those executes and retakes that it becomes overwhelming for the other side to deal with that. And that is exactly what SATUL were dealing with. So I'm not gonna kind of blame them on this one at all, because I like the idea that they tried to pick up the composition of T1. It's just the fact that they could not make the full use out of it, is all I'll say. But at the same time, you know, if we are looking at the map score of what happened between G2 and T1 on the map of Lotus all the way in the grand finals, it was a similar scoreline, 13 and 5. and it was a sheer domination coming in from G2. Now, this is exactly what I meant, that this comp is entirely countered by that double initiator comp. So just love the approach that was brought in by Reckoning Esports. Let's have a quick look at the highlights of the previous game as well, because it started with the pistol round going in for SAQL. I thought we were up for a series, but then Reckoning Esports, they just turned it around from the buy round.
Absolutely. Once they had better weaponry, they just made it look easy. Not even better weaponry. Once they had the Vandals in their hands, they made it look so easy.
One enemy remaining.
In every other round, we've seen BGG doing all those amazing gun games. And on the other side, Monair, Deadly, Tricky, they were there supporting their teammates. Specifically, BGG was the player who made a lot of pressure on SAQL. Look at this. Absolutely, this was the moment where Team Reckoning Esports made it look so easy, specifically all those heavy communication going on. And look at this one. They had the Steel Garden being used on Cypher. Even after that, he asked for a fault line. They were using their utils heavily, and that's something Team SATUL was unable to counter.
Yeah, and it also comes down to the combination plays, right? We haven't really talked about the coordination that Reckoning are bringing on the table. With just a couple of months of practice, it just seems like this team looks probably the most smooth in terms of executing in these games, right? Because you look at the first kills, it's equal, 9-9. But that just means Reckoning Esports is even more better in terms of changing out the output, regardless if they're in a 4v5 situation. They know their default. The post-plant win rate is 1. That means they've converted every single round where they've planted the spike. So if it's going down, the round is theirs. And getting 8 rounds out of Bell in terms of the spike, that's a phenomenal one. Let's have a look at the MVP of the previous one. I think so it should be BGG, and he definitely is. A 301 ACS, 3.1 KDA. And this guy is on smokes while IGLing. What else do you want, man?
Out of 9 first bloods this team had, BGG had 6 of them. So this clearly tells that he was there to support his teammates when they needed him. 3.1 KDA, what else do you need from a smoker? But on the other side, as you already mentioned, regardless how the round started, Team Reckoning Esports, they made sure that the results are in their favor. In multiple rounds, Helif and Techno were there to get the first pick, but it does not matter to Team Reckoning Esports. And now that the scores are in front of us, Monair was there to support his teammate specifically. And Tricky, he also played some good Valorant out there. Although the start was not in his favor, but after some rounds, he did try to come back and ended up on 12-12 scoreline, which is not bad at all.
My entire attention was caught by the fact that Rio had 20 freaking assists on Breach, while also catching 12 kills. That it just comes down to the fact that this guy is superb whenever it comes to those utilities of the initiators. But after the IGL duties are off of his shoulder, he's become even more clean with that. And that was the reason why we were seeing BGG taking those opening duels so freely. Because he knows that his team is providing enough utility for him to have that 75-25 advantage in terms of the duels, and he was winning all of them out. Tricky was also doing his job in terms of providing the entry, running in, on the defense, when he was using out the outlaws and wherever he was, basically. That was not the side where the execute was for SATUL, so he just could not catch in a bit more extra of those kills, but it's absolutely fine as long as the team has got such a solid coordination, they've got such a solid control over the comps, the discipline is on point. That's all you need from this team. I'll have to say, out of all the teams that I've witnessed till now, we've seen 6 teams Aladdin play. We'll see the last 2 in the next series. Reckoning has looked the cleanest.
Absolutely. Reckoning played brilliantly the way they did their aim game along with the communication. I mean, we have not seen a single team playing so much complete gameplay and making sure that they dominate in every aspect of the game. But on the other side, SATUL, they made a lot of mistakes. I mean, the composition was not a mistake, but definitely not practicing enough. It was, and specifically pushing with your duelist without giving any support. I mean, in multiple rounds, the duelists were pushing along, and this is something that I needed to mention. So this is something that needs to be, it needs to be worked on from side of Team SATUL. On the other side, Reckoning, they were just bitter. So we are expecting a 2-0 from their side, but let's not forget that composition changes can bring a lot of changes. Yesterday we saw that Asterisk were dominating in the first round, in the first map, but on the other side, the second map was a truly 113, a bad scoreline from their side. But let's see when the map changes, when the composition changes, how well Team SATUL is going to perform.
Yeah, I kind of want to see as well, but again, the advantage is not going to be for them to grab. It's still going to be in Reckoning's favor, because the next map, Haven, is Reckoning's pick. And if you're talking about 3-sided attack picks, they had 9 rounds in attack. And the next one, I think so, I'm going to still say they are probably going to end the half at 8-4 with the way how they were playing. But one thing is for sure, that Helef was also looking pretty comfortable on the Sova, and the next one is a map where you need to pick up a Sova. So I think so he's going to be at least a bit more comfortable. But the question is,
absolutely,
are they going to still go in for something like a Jet? Are they going to go for the Neon? Or maybe they're going to pick up something entirely different. Maybe, probably they will bring out a Yoru. I am excited to see how that's going to work out, because this T1 comp, picking up the T1 comp is nice. But it's just that, I'll have to say, SATUL were a bit more unfortunate in this case, because Reckoning's comp counters this one entirely.
Absolutely, but yesterday we saw a Teho Breach composition along with Yoru on this map, which was definitely a mistake, because Asterisk, they were unable to get more than one round with this composition. And on the other side, we saw Team OG playing with Aizo, Yoru and Sova composition. So if this is something that Team SATUL goes with, I can say that there are chances that they will give enough tough time to Reckoning Esports. But on the other side, I really want to see what Team Reckoning Esports is going to do, because we can expect some attack heavy competition from their side. Now that they have the advantage, now that they have tested the waters, they know what they should do in the next one. They will probably try to finish this out early on without giving a single round towards their opponent, and that's something that I expect from Reckoning Esports. But on the other side, we cannot count out SATUL so easily as well.
I'll have to say, as I don't think so it was more of a composition issue yesterday for Asterisk. I think so it was, I'll have to say, it probably was confidence, right? After the first map did not go in their favor, they made a lot of mistakes. That kind of impacted their mental, which transitioned into Orangutan just snowballing through the next map entirely. And Venka on that ISO was just a demon. So I think so it was not more of a composition issue, it was more of a confidence issue, the jitters of the main stage. I think so Asterisk, they're going to do a pretty better job next time we're going to see them play that one. But yeah, on the other end of the spectrum, I think so as much as you're comfortable on the map as well as the agents, that also kind of adds on to the fact where you probably will be fragging out more than your opponent in the next one. Yes, that 13-1 was not exactly what we thought is going to go, but it's absolutely fine. It's OG on the other side, man. Let's be honest. DC, RVK, Hoax, Venka, Makaveli, they were super solid. But let's have a look at the scoreline of the previous one. 13-5. Lotus was a sheer domination by Reckoning Esports on the map pick of SATUL. Now it's going to be Haven. I did say, Aladdin, that I thought this is going to go all the way to the third map, but it seems like today your predictions are pretty fire.
Thank you so much. This is something that I'm expecting from Team Reckoning Esports, and I expected from the beginning of this whole best of 3. But on the other side, the way Team SATUL played, I mean, not in the beginning, but in the second half, the way they played after the bonus round, this is something that gave me some kind of insight or some kind of hopes that maybe there are chances that Team SATUL can do something different.
Yeah, indeed. something different needs to be done by the side of S8QL in order to push this series to the third mapper. But ladies and gentlemen, since we're talking about a few different things, there's a difference in the composition as well. A breach being brought in along with a Sova by Reckoning Esports into a Jet, Killjoy and Omen, while S8QL bringing in the breach, Neon, Teho, Omen composition. I kind of like the idea from their side. Maybe this change is going to be pretty good, but there's one change that's happening on the desk as well, and Aladdin will be taking a break while Shadow joins me in for the map number 2 of this match 1 in VCSA Split 1 2025.
Well, thank you so much, Ken. And you guys were talking about S8QL and Reckoning, that how Reckoning completely annihilated S8QL in the previous one. The defensive half of S8QL on Lotus was still decent. They got 3 rounds. But on attacking side, they look completely off. Especially Miz, as a duelist, it was his job to get those entry frags. But that was not happening at all. So maybe let's hope things change on the map of Haven and S8QL they find their feet. But for now, Miz holding on to that A-long. Where else? The entirety of Reckoning Esports is looking for that garage control towards the seaside. The solo anchor disease is going to be there. They have the garage control, and also the information has been passed on to the players of team S8QL.
But the question is, how are they going to play this one? Miz on the Neon holding down the entire A-long. That's the main reason why S8QL have got a stack over towards the other parts of the map. A couple of players on B. Techno holding all the way towards back of the garage. But the main thing is, S8QL have got absolutely no map control now. They had the A-long control, which has been stolen away by just a fault line. The entire map is turning red for Reckoning. And the players are now making their way all the way over in the garage. And BGG, lovely on that trade. Techno shut down along with Disease. Seaside open. And this also
left.
brings in the rotation over towards that side. He's just going to try and cut off even more rotation. Helef, he finds something. Flashes out, moves in. Lovely shot onto the head, but 21 HP. Eventually still pretty low, but down to a 3v3.
3v3, and the time is also ticking as Monet finds a connection onto Kappa. Only 2 players, and now only one, as Helef also has been eliminated, giving Miz all by himself. In a 1v3 situation, this round should technically go in the favor of the players of Team Reckoning, but Miz finds one, finds Monet. But the defuse is not going to be easy. He's sticking for the defuse. Half defuse already done, but here comes Deadly 10, swings out and deals with Miz. The first pistol round goes in the favor of Reckoning Esports. Reckoning once again having a very good head start, but this time S8QL, they were not looking that off, especially Techno getting that first frag. Even Helef was also able to get the trade. But the next round is going to be a save round for the players of S8QL and an entire eco for Reckoning.
Good pistol round now. That's 2 out of 3 that they've played. The timing on Moner for that lurk, phenomenal. He was not able to activate himself too much in terms of the lurk in previous map. But in this one, he's basically shown in the first minute or in the first round itself that you'll have to send at least one player playing anti-lurk to catch this Killjoy. Otherwise, he will kill you with joy.
Okay, investment is actually coming from the side of S8QL in their save round. A Bucky from the side of Miz. Well, else for Reckoning, it's an anti-eco. A Bulldog, a Rifle is already there. Miz is being a little aggressive towards the A-long. He needs to be a bit cautious. 2 players all the way towards the A shot. But this time, Reckoning, they're going all the way towards the C side, where we have Disease as the only solo anchor. A slow approach could be the key, and Reckoning too realize that they really need that information. And for now, they're trying to get that information, especially Rio, trying to get the long information with that Owl Run, and finally he has got the info that someone is playing very forward, very aggressive. So that means they are again going to go all the way towards the seaside.
To be honest, the Outrun did not actually catch any major information on the back of that. Yes, those drones definitely did give it out, and you mentioned it perfectly, Shadow. The guess was also right. A bit of a scrappy fight at the backside. Disease wins that one with Tricky. Got a Guardian now upgraded, 100 HP in the hand. Can he play something? Lovely flash from Deadly 10, and on the back of it, they'll be able to trade everyone behind for Techno. Pretty solid on that classic. Rio fully blinded. Techno wins that fight out as well. Down to a 1v2. Monair always plays it for the lurk, but he's got the Phantom. The big weapon in hand, but only 125 HP. Can he find something? There's only 12 more seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
Love the idea how the players have doubled up. Tries to go in for the tap. Wants to bait someone out. Wants to bait out a fight. Lovely flash from Helep. Stun comes in. Does not connect. 1 more second and Techno will win the round for his team. Beautiful by SATUL. Full control of A-Long. Eventually helped them to rotate faster towards C, and that hold by Disease and Techno in the backside. Phenomenal.
Of course, 3 finishes towards the side of Techno. Just a Bucky and only pistols is what SATUL had in the previous round. They were able to convert that save round. But now, the problem is for the players of Team Reckoning because their economy is broken. All they have is just a rifle, which Monair has carried forward. Go. Only pistols. So that means it is SATUL. The second round and miss with that Outlaw finds BGG. Immediately picks him off. So that means Reckoning, they don't have any smokes to work around in this particular round. Disease.
Oh my god.
Blocking sight.
I probably think that it was a tech issue there, but no. As long as we don't get the confirmation from the back end, we cannot say anything. 3v4 now. Miz just looks stuck out there. Helef. Can he find Monair? Yep, he sees the side rifle and the shot is perfect on the dome. Still a 2v3 though. Yeah, they've decided not to go for it. Going all the way back to save those 2 guns that they've got in hand. Miz with the Outlaw. Good round by Reckoning though. Moving all the way towards C yet again. So 3 rounds and they've gone C all 3 times. And they've got success 2 times out of 3. And this is also going to be a thrifty round for them. Couple of sheriffs in their hands, but the economy is now going to bloom at least.
Yeah, it's going to bloom for the players of Team Reckoning, and they are going to have a full buy round in this upcoming one. Monair still leading the chart with 5 and 2. Techno, he was performing really good in the previous one also. It was Miz who was not able to step up, but this time Miz is also getting those opening frags, especially with that Outlaw. We do have a technical pause, few issues here and there, but soon they'll be fixed. And as I was saying, that Miz was completely offline in the previous one, but seems like this time Miz is really stepping up, and that is something which is required from his side. If this continues, maybe there is a chance of SATUL coming victorious on the map of Haven.
Possible.
But I have a question, I have a doubt, Scared. Since you are the big brain, I'm going to ask you. In the previous round, the players of Reckoning, all they had were pistols. Don't you think SATUL players should have gone for a retake? They should have gone for at least an attempt instead of saving the weaponry?
I mean, Miz was really not there, right? So, and I mean that literally. Had Miz been there, probably they could have gone for the retake. It was a 2v3 after that though, and it was a plan for long. They had no idea about that. The entire site is a question mark. You have to clear every single angle. And there was just not enough time for them to go for the retake. So I think so it was still a very good idea to go for the 2 rifle save. Carry it forward to the next round. Try to go in for a 4 spy and then maybe play it around. Alright. Kudos to the backend team, man. They're fixing these issues way too quickly. Hopefully SATUL, they're also able to fix out their own issues as well in terms of the synergy of the team, which lacked in the previous one, but at least looked really solid when they won out their anti-eco.
That is definitely going to give some sort of a confidence boost to the players of SATUL after that defeat in the previous one. But I think I spoke way too soon because Tricky finds a connection onto Disease and takes down that anchor from the side. A complete B-side control towards the players of Team Reckoning. The spike also goes down. For the retake, it's going to be a 4v5 situation and make it 3v5 because Moray finds Techno, shuts him down. Helef is going to find a trade onto Deadly 10. Trying to equalize the numbers, but Monet, this guy is stepping up big time. The lockdown is already there, and only 2 players remaining. Kappa and Helef for the retake. A 2v3 situation. Seems like a third round is coming for the players of Reckoning.
Yeah, Monet just needed to play for the life, and that's what he did. Catching 3 people. Tricky answered to King Kappa. Oh my god.
Don't die.
Nasty.
If you need help figuring out how,
But it's
just
alright.
ask.
And as you mentioned, now they've got the lockdown available, so probably the next hit is going to be towards the A side, where you can use the lockdown in Sivers, empty out the entire side, then move forward. But before we move forward, SA2L will decide to pump brakes. Want to talk it out, figure out the issues that they've been having. The entire execute over towards B. Fast hit, pacey hit, emptied out the site right away. And Disease did not even have a proper weaponry to fight that off, man. And he was fully blinded by that paranoia. In terms of utility, Shadow, I'll have to say that Reckoning have been doing a very good job.
Of course, there have been, but there is a silver lining for the players of Team SA2L as well. Scared. If you look at the ult progression, even Teho's ultimate is only just 1 point away. Neural Theft is also just 2 points away. Miz is also not that far away from her own overdrive. So the ult progression is looking promising for the players of Team SA2L. So on the basis of the ultimate, there is a possibility of SA2L converting one more round in their favor. But on the other side, like you said, Monair has got his own lockdown. Rio's Hunter's Fury is also just 1 point away. And SA2L, they've got nothing to do to break that lockdown, just in case it comes in.
That's how you
So
survive.
that could be a problematic situation for SA2L. But for now, Reckoning, they're trying to get information towards the B site.
Here's the thing. King Kappa with his guided salvos can break the lockdowns. That's why Killjoy was basically being avoided in most of the maps though, but again, hit over towards the B side, 1-for-1 trade. Techno was able to trade that out, but again, it's going to be back and forth on every single angle. It's deadly. Stays alive, but Techno is the man who could probably have that last laugh. Timing on that lockdown. Peeks into Monair, and Monair wins that one out. We'll get the plant as well, and as quickly as this round started, it ended just as fast.
Of course, Monair one more time stepping up big time and getting the round for the players of Reckoning. 9-2. Top fragging already. This time Tricky is also having his own Blade Storm. Rio is having his Hunter's Fury. Deadly Tense. Rolling Thunder is also just 1 point away. So the entire ult progression is looking so promising for Reckoning. Where else on this other side? Miz is having his own overdrive. But they don't have the weaponry. A scrappy buy, a save round, and Tricky shuts down that overdrive, shuts down Miz. So the only win condition which SA2L had in this round has been taken away.
Good point mentioning that. And now they're moving over towards the A side. Disease cannot catch a break, cannot catch a breather. Techno, can he get anything with a stinger? One, probably second, no. Tricky was eventually stunned by his own teams. Yeah, by the enemy breach. BGG shutting down Helef. The IGL battle.
Spike planted.
Wasn't a fair one either ways. BGG had a better weaponry. And Helef did not have even a full shield. But it's probably King Kappa now going down to the spike. Maybe catching 1 or 2 towards the exit. Nothing apart from that can be done. Good round by Reckoning yet again. Anticipating the positions of the players and then slowly and steadily creeping up, moving in. But my main question is, why was Miz going all the way alone towards the C long? If anything, you could have asked him for the utilities, maybe from King Kappa or from Helef, maybe from both.
It seems like that has been a problem with the players of Team SA2L. Seems like the synergy issues, or some issue is there because the flashes are not coming in. There was no need for Miz to go aggressive. Yes, I do agree that overdrive was the only win condition and the pressure was entirely on the shoulders of Miz. But he could have taken some help from the side of Techno or Kappa. But that didn't happen, and SA2L lost that particular round. But look at the ultimate progression for the players of Team Reckoning. They've got 4 ultimates. Blade Storm is there, Hunter's Fury is there, Rolling Thunder is also there. But this time an operator investment is also coming from the side of Miz. That operator is posted all the way towards A long, and the entirety of Reckoning is moving towards C, but Techno finds BG, immediately shuts him down. Also the information has been passed on to the plus of SA12 that this time Reckoning, they're going for a C hit. The tripwire is there, Neural Theft is also there to get all the information. But seems like SA12, they'll have to play on the retake.
Spike planted.
Nano Swarms are just going to delay any kind of potential retake or any kind of flood. Techno has got his own ultimate to work around with. Oh, Helif! My man has just got lacking. What a call from Reckoning to push out forward. They've got already one. Can they catch Miz? Absolutely they will. King Kappa with the classic is good only for one.
Cage trigger.
And this quickly turned into a 3v2, a disaster for SA12 as they're still trying to survive, trying to find something. Techno maybe can catch one. No is the answer. Rio too quick onto that weapon swap. Gets in the shorty, gets that landed in. Reckoning Esports, lovely approach.
I do understand that Haven is an attack-oriented map. Attackers do get a certain advantage, but in the defensive half, you need at least bare minimum 4 to 5 rounds. At least bare minimum 3 rounds. If those 3-4 rounds are not coming through, there won't be left anything in the second half for SA12 to do. Once again, they have been pushed to the save round. They don't have economy. It's only the Rolling Thunder which Helif is having at this point. Tricky's Blade Storm is already there, and seems like BG's Outlaw is enough to deal with the entirety of SA12.
The understanding. As soon as it's a save round, he's like, alright, I'm gonna pull out the big guns. Big guns? Outlaw. No world progression.
For these sort of rounds, it is definitely a big gun.
It is. Pretty long as well. Probably the longer gun is operator though, but it's okay. The investment was there in the previous round, but again, they could not catch a breather. It was posted up all the way towards the A, while the hit went in towards C. BGG started the round with the from the shadows investment all the way towards the spawn. He fell, but he was able to drag in that rotation away from the C side, so there was no one to anchor that site. Only a trip that was holding the main, which was broken by the shock dart of Rio. That's the reason why that hit was entirely empty. And then again, since you know that your opponent has got a ton of utility, you push out in their own spawn, in the garage. That's when you know that, alright, now they've got to re-clear all of that space. They force that fight, they win those fights. And I'll still have to say, Helif was basically caught sleeping there in the garage window. Should have anticipated that kind of push, or at least should have heard the footsteps.
So many mistakes, I'll agree, are being done by the plus of Team SA12. Yes, I understand it's a new roster, but the players are not completely new. Techno, Kappa, Helif, these guys are the veteran players. So expecting these sort of mistakes from their side is something, at least I don't expect. I'm sure whatever the issue is, the synergy issue, whatever the issue is, soon everything will be fixed and we'll see Techno back in the form, back in the action along with the entire team. But for now, Reckoning.
No map space. No map space
all
for
the
them.
way. Yes, but for now they're trying to do something.
Coming back.
Trying to find that space, trying to take that map control. A very slow approach from the side of Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, I actually meant that SA12 has got absolutely no map space. Reckoning cleared out the A long. They are already in the deep windows. They cleared out the C. So they have every information that they need, and they are basically getting an empty site now. No one for SA12 even close. And a gamble stacked over towards the A, so it's absolutely fine. They're saving either ways. Tricky now just gonna hold down onto that off angle of the belt. The back side. Plant will go down. 30 seconds to spare. On the back though, Techno wins out an important duel. Munair taken down. Look at the call from Reckoning right away. As soon as they lose it behind, they push it all the way forward towards the seaside. And they did not go for the plant. Miz wants to quickly cover up that space with his fast lanes and everything. Wanted to use that high gear, but had to put it down to low gear in order to now move in. Tricky, nasty angle. Techno's got the paranoia. Individually wants to take the fight. Tricky takes him down to 85 HP, but Techno still won that out, and it's down to a 1v3.
One more time, Miz was just directly walking into the crosshairs without checking those angles, without checking those corners. Seems like Ready of Asset Will is relying heavily onto Techno. Once again, a 1v3 situation, a round which will go in the favor of Team Reckoning because there is no time left and Techno will go and save the weaponry. A good decision. But like I was saying, Scared, don't you think that all the players of SATUL are relying heavily onto Techno?
Alright, how honest do you want me to be?
Extremely honest.
SATUL are just lacking those combination practice and the fundamentals. You see how Reckoning is going in with the play, right? Whenever they want to clear a space, they ask for the util first and then they scale up behind that. Smokes are always there on point. There's always a stun. Let's be honest, Deadly 10, he's got 3 assists. BGG, he's got 6 assists. That clearly showcases you how well coordinated are those hits, takes, retakes. I'm not seeing that from the side of SATUL. And let's not go any way far back. Let's take the closest example of this garage fight. Miz ran into the garage window.
Yeah.
Yes, fine. He was directly in the crosshairs of Tricky. Correct. Techno had the paranoia all this time. Now here's where the coordination comes in. Miz gives out the call that he wants to peek in garage. Techno uses the paranoia to clear out at least one angle, so that Miz does not have to worry about that. Had that been the case, Tricky would have been fully blinded. Miz would have got that pick. Weaponry upgrade, boom. It transitions into probably a 3v3. These are the kind of situations. These are those small hits, or you could say these small calls. You don't really have to give out those calls. They are basically muscle memory. And that only comes in once you practice a lot. Reckoning have been practicing a lot.
Locating targets.
Oh, the information is there about the shot. Kappa is aware that Reckoning is trying to approach the A side and Kappa swings out, finds Tricky, shuts him down. Finally, a good util usage coming from the side of SATUL. They have the disadvantage. They need to play their cards right. Even BG position has also been compromised. Kappa is aware about him. Kappa getting the second also onto Deadly 10. The aftershock towards the A shot, delaying BG. But finally BG finds Kappa, shuts him down, and Helef gets the trade. This time SATUL played like a unit, played like a pack of wolves. And that's why they're leading. They have the numbers advantage. This is how SATUL needs to play. Like a unit.
Oh my god. Alright. Helef. Eventually the squad did not anticipate the second player to be pushing out there. Alarm bot. Oh, just activated. The timing on that. Miz could have got that timing, but it's fine. Techno down to 19 HP though, so this could be a problem. And 125 for Disease and Miz. Really enough. As long as they can land in those headshots, that's much more than sufficient. The paranoia goes in for now. But there's no one to capitalize on the back of that. No one just in position to maybe swing on the back of it. It's about timing. Munair catches one, then Miz will be able to find Rio. A good round for SATUL on the back of that timeout. Here's the second one on board at least, so they've got some life left in them. Finally, winning out those crucial duels. King Kappa and then Helef trading King Kappa out in hell when BGG won that fight. This is what they need to do.
All thanks to Kappa and his stealth drone. The way he was able to deal with Tricky, then after that he dealt with Deadly 10 towards the A-log. He was a bear and Helef was constantly there to provide all the backlane support. This could have been a more cleaner round for the players of SHL, but still something is better than nothing. But this time the aggression from the side of Reckoning, Tricky, Deadly Dead was super aggressive, and they already find 2 players. Liz and Disease out of the equation. It's a 3v5 situation for the players of SHL. Seems like the 8th one is coming for Reckoning.
Seems to be the 8th one coming on board, as you mentioned. Unless King Kappa can eventually pull a few things out of his hat. Reckoning. Slowly clearing out the space. Lovely shot. Rio being caught there, but at least his position has been known now, so they're going to move fast. Moner needs to win out that fight, and he will be losing his head against LF. Deadly 10, ready for Techno. Can he win that one? Absolutely not. Individual brilliance this time from Techno coming in. This guy has been looking super crisp in terms of his aim, but Tricky. He's all the way in the spawn. LF does not even anticipate that. What does he? He peeks in, but he is not ready for that. Now it's about timing.
Enemy remaining.
BGG spotted behind. King Kappa wins that one out, and the garage push of Techno is going to come in through. There should be a round for S8QL. They've got enough time for the defuse too. Good round, good anticipation. Down 3v5 and still converting it. It seems like they've still got some gas left in tank.
Finally, SHL, they have woken up and they are getting those frags. Kappa especially, 8 and 7. Techno was performing in the previous Lotus also. But Kappa, LF, they are stepping up big time. But Miz and Disease, they also need to come online because Miz is still in 4-8. As a duelist, you need to get those frags, but still something is cooking in the minds of the players of Team SHL. 3 rounds already on the board, 1 or 2 more in the defensive half, and I think SHL will be ready for the second half because Haven is the attack-oriented map. In the attacking side, we can expect to see better things from the side of SHL. There is still some hope left.
Is it enough? That's the question. And the previous map, it was a 9-3 as well. Then a sheer domination in the defense too. I do want to see it, SATUL bring themselves back in, but I'll have to be honest. Till now, it was looking just a different class. Reckoning were leagues apart. But the past 2 rounds, SATUL have shown that they can thrive in the chaos. And if they can continue that chaos, that's when we'll see them make that comeback, make that big leap. 4 players starting all the way towards A lobby. 3 to answer back from SATUL. Stun from Helef ready. Miz though, he's gonna be stopped in his own track spawn now. Shotty in the hand. It's gonna get pretty nasty down in Sivers. Angle. He checks him. But still, no one to trade him off. Miz catches one and will retreat. That's the discipline.
Destroyed.
Good utility coming in as well. And in the meantime, SATUL were pushing out the garage too. Deals away with the utility of Moner. That's the SATUL I wanted to see. That's what I like. There's that one out as well. They finally figured out where the operator is. So I don't think so. They're going to be pushing into him. Tricky. No longer in this round available. Moner, he's got the lockdown though. So they can still go and pivot towards B side. But SATUL, they're giving up that space. They're ready to retake that. They've got a good amount of util for that. Techno with the paranoia. King Kappa. He's got the concuss. Guided salvos are already up. Relay goal from Miz. Yep. It's going to be a free side take. Plan's going to come in, but hold on a second. Armageddon used up a bit too early on. So they could have kept it safe. But hold on a second. Moner just getting caught out there. Could be a big mistake as Techno finds one. And that's already spiked down. They haven't even planted that. 12 more seconds. Paranoia used up. But SATUL, all they need to do is just play the patience game.
Spike planted.
Because they have the numbers advantage. A 2v5 situation for the players of Reckoning. PG finding 2 of his own. Making it a 1v3. And finally, Kappa will land the final blow. And one more round goes in the favor of SATUL. They played like a unit, but this time few mistakes were also there from the side of Reckoning. The moment Tricky swinged out, Yes, Miz was able to land that blow with the shorty. But where was the flash? Where was the util? A dry peek coming in, and that was a mistake. A dry swing coming in from the side of Tricky. And that's the reason that Reckoning lost this particular one. But kudos to the player of SA12. Finally, 4 rounds on the board. Let's see whether it is going to be a 8-4 swap or a 7-5. SA12 is hoping for that 7-5, but Reckoning, they have got the lockdown. They have got the Blade Storm. Even Rolling Thunder and Thunder's Fury is also just 2 points away. Miz once again with the top rater holding on to that A-long, but this time seems like Reckoning they are going for a C hit. And all we have is just a camera towards the C
out of
side
my way.
and nothing else.
Worked out for the last few rounds for them.
Out of here.
For this last round of the attacking half, they're going to go in, repeat the exact same thing. Flashes come in. Oh, lovely shot from Helef. Catches a flying jet. Kicks him out. Plant is going to go down now. But the numbers advantage already for the side of SA12. There's still a lockdown that they've got to worry about. Deadly 10 and Rio both are 2 away from their own utils. There we go. The overdrive comes in. Disease catching one. And Miz will be answering back on the other side. Monair, the only man who found success. But he was only good for one. As again the salvos goes as BGG gets spammed in through smoke. SA12 bring themselves back from down 7-1 to a 5-7 half.
A good retake. And after that, back-to-back 4 rounds coming in their favor. A good first half, 7-5. There's still hope for the players of SA12 to get this victory, get the victory on the map of Haven. But for that, they need the pistol. They need to convert the pistol round of the second half.
But for the people who want to convert few of the VPs into their account, there's a question in front of you. Before joining the current team, which organization did SK Rossi play his first major Valorant tournament? Again, for people who might be confused, there's a bit of a hint out there. The international tournament. Nothing more I'm going to give you also. But BGG hands out a good shot. Will be taken down to the salvos. Good trade coming in as King Kappa makes it 2. But the Nano Swarms, oh my god. Talk about tasting your own medicine.
The reveal.
Plant goes down. Talked about the reveal. It was important. Tricky. Time for the flash dodge. Disease. Hands it out to him on the plate. Good headshot. Tricky has been struggling in terms of finding those picks. And look at this late lurk from Techno. He's just waiting for the time. He's just waiting, man. Yeah, he's going to be finding out that timing. Shots fired from behind. Rio had no idea what was there. Long range shots. Helef wins out in the breach duel. And SA12. You mentioned about this comeback, Shadow. They need to win the pistol. They have won the pistol.
They badly needed the pistol round. They got the pistol round. And scared, I'm telling you, SA12, they are winning on the map of Haven. It's the attacking half. SA12, they're already having a good start. They got the pistol. The next entire eco will also go in their favor. And there will be an equalizer. From there on, SA12 will be looking forward to a lead. There is a very high chance of SA12 winning this map. Entire eco looking very comfortable for SA12. They have got the rifles, the judge, the spectre, everything is there. Miz easily getting that A-long control, but needs to be careful from the side of Monair. Finally, Miz goes in with the judge, finds Rio, shuts him down, and even Monair, both the side anchors have been dealt with.
BGG, the only guy who found success, but he's only got a sheriff in the hand as Techno hands it to him on a phantom. Deadly 10. How much more he can find? Judge for Miz. 77 HP in hand. Peeks in, will be taken down. Tricky, good with a shot, but Techno is there for the answer. Exact same angle, exact same result. Not losing a lot of weaponry, carrying 3 forward for the next one. Judge Phantom as well as a Spectre. Yeah, they swapped it up. Going in for a very solid buy. I can see a couple of players have already invested into this one. So it seems like they've got a round for us, Shadow. Reckoning, yeah, they've got a couple of half shields, but SA12 with 3 rifles, a Bulldog and a Spectre. Very much doable for them.
Seems like SFL, they don't want to take any sort of risk. That's why this investment is coming in from their side. They want to have the lead. But now they have the entire control. Reckoning have the entire control of A long and A mid. SFL, they have been pushed back towards Garage. Tricky has got all the information. Those nano swarms proving to be absolute menace, but Kappa finds Tricky, shuts him down with his util. Already SFL is having the numbers advantage and a free side. An easy plant should be there, but Monair, Kappa, there was no need to over-aggress. Monair did capitalize on that.
Timing.
The numbers here are even Steven. The timing is there. Helef can easily go for the plant, but look at that. Look at that. Rio finding disease. This should not have been allowed.
Disease missed out on that shot, and a good capitalization of Rio, though he wanted more. Lovely shot from Miz. Not just one, but answers two. And with that, probably the retake possibility gonna go down. Monair says no, he's got something else, but Techno is there for the answer. BGG. This time winning out on that duel. It's all about LF now. Can he find the timing? He's sticking. He's sticking. He'll stick all the way. LF tried to rotate, but a little too late. Pros never fake.
Yes, it will. This round should have gone in their favor. Miz finally stepping up, getting those frags. As a duelist, he's living up to the expectations. But Helef,
It's fine though,
this
because
is going to hurt. This is going to hurt SHL. I'm telling you, scared.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because look at the economy now. They've got 4 rifles and an outlaw on board, and there's not even a single rifle apart from what Monair is carrying. And this is exactly what I was about to mention. Techno just sprays the Phantom down. Couple of people in the smoke. Absolutely destroyed. All now in the hands of Tricky with the Guardian. Monair with the Phantom, who's probably going to save it. As 4 players are going to rush all the way over towards the A side. Because again, the previous round was a bonus round for SATUL, so they were able to basically take all the rifles away. That's the best you can ask for. Yep, it's going to be a save for Monair at least. The question is Tricky going to save his Guardian too? Or will he decide to maybe find something? Yeah, it's a full save. Good round from SATUL. Capitalizing on the aggressive play this time around over towards the Severs. As well as the A long. Shuts the player down. Move towards the A. And they can also try and find some good answers to what they're going to bring on the table for the next few rounds. As Shadow look at the ult economy. Miz, King Kappa, one away from their own ultimates.
Yeah, their ult progression is looking really promising for the players of SATUL. A save for Reckoning, weaponry being saved, and an equalizer for the players of Team SATUL. A really good fight back coming in. SATUL, who are lacking behind so much. Now they have got the equalizer, and like you said, the ult progression is also looking very promising. But Tricky's Bladestorm is also just 1 point away. The lockdown is also just 3 points away from Monair. There's still some hope for the players of Reckoning. Reckoning, they really want to convert the map of Haven because they don't want to move on to the Decider map. So this is not going to be easy for the players of SA12, but because finally Reckoning has realized that SA12, they have woken up, and this time I don't see Reckoning making any sort of mistake.
We'll have to see. Important discussions now being held, how they need to stop the progression of this team even further. Haven't been really able to hold out that side control, and whenever they've decided to push out, SATUL have had an answer. And this is what we always talk about. This is what I was telling Aladdin as well. Whenever it comes to the Breach Teho combination, every single time there's just a bombardment of utilities on your face. And it becomes overwhelming to deal with it sometimes. A hero Phantom carried forward, Guardian into the mix, a Sheriff, make it 2. Scanning ahead, Leo will probably save onto his out rune for the next round. Should not use it in this one at least, otherwise he'll not have enough to buy full in the next. Monair in the meantime, though, just a slight angle. Helef shuts down the Killjoy on the other side. What an idea, what an anticipation. As it, you will know that Reckoning will do something to make a play. And they're just so ready to answer that back.
They don't have the economy. It's only pistols, just a guardian in the hands of Tricky. So the timeout was for the upcoming round. Because even the players of Reckoning do realize that converting this one is not going to be easy. Just want to do some eco damage for the players of Team SA12. An easy plant, an easy site. A 3v5 retake for the players of Team Reckoning. They have been able to retrieve one weaponry. That might help the players of Reckoning in this retake. But they need to be very careful, very cautious.
Yeah, but how are you going to flush out 4 players all the way in C long? I don't see any way for them to do that. They don't have any utility. Apart from just an aftershock. Maybe some shots landed across the skull might help. Oh, hold on a second. Disease was taken down. This could be doable. Oh my god, he takes one but cannot transition it to the second. Rio. He was given the godliest timing of it all, but the trigger discipline. That's what you need in these situations. He might not have won the round, but at least could have done enough damage onto their heads.
This was a moment, Rio. For a second, it looked like Rio might be able to get one more. But that didn't happen. Good effort from the side of Reckoning. But now SA12, they have got a lead of 1 round. Wiz going super aggressive with that overdrive through the A shot, trying to catch Tricky. But finally catches Deadly there, and Tricky with a judge is going to deal with this. And Rio with the Hunter's Fury finds Kappa. Trades coming back and forth. The numbers advantage is not there. 3v3 situation, but finally Helef is going for the plant.
Spike planted.
3v3 retake, where Monair's lockdown is just 2 points away.
BGG operator, lovely shot on the Dome of Disease. Did not anticipate that happening. A Techno and Helef repositioned all the way in hell. Rolling Thunder in the hand, so he's going to play in for the tap. While Techno will reposition all the way from long. It's about timing. Don't have any util to flush these players out. It's only going to be a tap, and Techno has got the best timing possible. No one's anticipating him to be there. He's going to peek on the back of that Rolling Thunder. Should catch one. Maybe can transition into second. No, Monair answers back. But they don't have enough time as LF wins one. Wants to go in for the classic. Right click on the head and he will be able to do that. S8 will move to double digits first. Lovely approach. And Reckoning scratching their heads. Looking for an answer which they cannot find.
Seems like we are moving to the decider map. After the victory in the map of Lotus, seemed like it is going to be a 2-0. But SA12 completely denied that. Once again, Reckoning, they don't have the economy. It's only pistols, it's only Sheriff. And just a lockdown in the hands of Monair. Once again, SA12 going for that C hit where Monair, Ricky getting 2 of their own. The numbers advantage is there. Miz trying to find something, but the entire plan of SA12 has been ruined now.
Still a couple of players holding down the garage, understanding that S8UL have been pushing that space. Or at least they might this time. They're just holding it down for now. The alarm bot will give out the information that someone's pushed up front.
Take this!
I know exactly where.
The reload bolt as well. Informing everything along with the neural theft.
Spike
Give them an
planted.
idea where the rest of the stack was. ZQL pushing out up front towards spawn. The fault line goes in. Disease. Oh my goodness, Monair. We did not see those shots. Tricky able to trade out miss quickly. Monair was taken down, but it's fine. Tricky all the way on side. Techno. His body's been taken away from him. His Disease goes in for a long look as Deadly was waiting for him. Reckoning pulling off a thrifty from their bags. And Deadly will get that diffuse too to build up on that Rolling Thunder.
Thrifty. 50.
They're still in the game, 9-10.
Reckoning coming back, getting that thrifty round. Reckoning seems like they're not going to allow the players of SA2L to get an easy victory in this one. They're still fighting with tooth and nail. All they had were just pistols, and now 9-10. Could be an equalizer because Deadly 10 has got his own Rolling Thunder. BG is onto the operator. And I don't see any major ultimate towards the side of SA2L. It's only Kappa with his ultimate. But that could come really handy. This time once again, Miz is going super aggressive. Taking that A-long control along with Techno. But the Owl Drone is going to give the information, and finally Reckoning, they have got information that SA2L is trying for that A-long. A hit. Tricky gets one. Deals with Techno, so that means no smokes, but Miz gets the trade onto Rio. 1v1 trades. But the side control is still with the players of Team Reckoning.
Kappa could have got that timing. Spit disease as well. Standing there in an off angle. It's about time. Goes in for the Armageddon. Now the backside players will be forced out up front. But there's the Rolling Thunder to answer back on the other side. This is just stopping down the push entirely as Deadly catches one. But disease concussed will catch Tricky. Fortunate for the man. He's just not having a good day. And there we go. BGG answers back with the operator. Deadly still holds it down. The drone taken care of. Players can be isolated, and they will do that. LF now tugging tails, running away from this side, which just seems to be on lockdown. 32 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
Nano Swarms now being used up by Monair, who wanted to find out where LF is. Should get the idea, should get the feed. Yep, he knows. Catches LF perfectly without a weapon in hand. And with that, the equalizer for Reckoning.
Equalizer for the players of Team Reckoning. And SA2L, I don't know how they're going to move to the victory on the map of Haven. There's still a possibility of a 2-0 happening. Reckoning is refusing to bow down. Monair, just look at this guy, 20 in 13. Tricky, 20 in 15. Gotta go. That seems like SA2L's economy is pretty much broken. A scrappy by Bruce Fingers and a judge. SA2L this time they'll be looking for a very close fight. But that operator and BGG from the off angle finds LF, shuts him down. They can find one more, tries for that. But finally the fault lane on the back of it, the entirety of SA2L trying to scale up. But Monair and Deadly 10 get 3 more healing disease in a 1v5 situation. This is an 11th round for Reckoning coming in.
It was kind of a scrappy by save round for SA2L either way, so they just wanted to go for a fast B hit. Reckoning anticipated that. And that's the reason BGG had that operator in that off angle. Got the first opener, moved back, set Monair up for the next few picks. With the support of Deadly 10, they just shut down the entire push of SA2L. But now is the important round. Another judge in the hands of Miz, who's 2 points away from his overdrive.
I'm out of here.
No ultimate yet close for Revenant Esports, so it's only going to be a battle of the weapons. Tricky. Yeah, and he's in the off angle. Dash is gonna expire, but he'll still hold it down. Miz with the judge. While everyone else, they're just holding down their space. No one's making any kind of move. The Owl Drone will reveal that there's no one in long at least. Oh, this might give them the idea. Hold on, Monair. Finds the timing on Helef when the alarm bot was triggered. Takes the skull away and all. That's also the spike down. But Miz, on the back of it, just wanted to make a play down to 27 HP. Run away, my man. You don't even have a weapon to fight on that range.
Exactly, a judge in the hands of Miz. Definitely he needs to look for a very close frontal battle. But the entirety of SA2L trying to scale up through the E-long.
30 seconds left.
Where Rio is. Deadly 10 also ready with his aftershock, and finally Rio capitalized, finds Miz and Kappa as well, leaving Techno all by himself. Techno good for only one, and Deadly 10 will shut him down. The 12th round for Reckoning, and it's not only the match point but also the series point for Reckoning.
The moment you thought maybe SATUL have got a few tricks up their sleeve, a bit of a gas in their tank, that's when Reckoning, they adapted. The past few stacks have been pretty good. Round 21, the Rolling Thunder, and the previous one, their stack. And now this time it's a double operator. BGG tricky, both of them using it, and BGG is the first one to find a pick. Wants to catch maybe a second one as well, but the judge comes in, Paranoia on the face. Miz, he'll be taken down! Right on the face, BGG with the orb gets to. Wants to get maybe the third one, will reposition with a shrouded step. He was forced off that angle! What a hell F! God standing out in the open, Techno 9 HP and a dream to maybe clutch. He will catch one. Outdoes himself for one at least, maybe the second. It's another operator. This time tricky with a shorty up close and personal. Will jump in to catch the head, and also the map, Reckoning Esports. It did look a bit shaky in between, but were able to pull themselves back. When everyone thought that SATUL will probably win this one, Reckoning showed. And you can never count these wolves out.
Of course, Reckoning getting that victory 2-0 against SATUL, but kudos to SATUL also, especially Techno and Helif and Kappa, the way these guys played on the map of Heaven, because in Lotus they looked completely off. And hi to the Hindi desk, our fellow Hindi co-casters are also there. You can also tune in to the Hindi stream. But like I was saying, kudos to the Helif, Techno and Kappa also, because they stepped up really big time on the map of Heaven. Even Miz also did step up, especially during the second half. If SATUL had played a similar way, in a similar fashion in the map of Lotus, maybe we could have gone to the decider map.
Yeah, probably, but it's absolutely fine. I mean, it just seemed that, again, for the first map of Lotus, I've been saying this time and time again, right? The composition that SATUL brought was the T1 composition that they used throughout the Masters Bangkok, but eventually that composition is entirely countered by what we had on the other side by Reckoning Esports, which was also picked up by G2. So that's why I've been constantly comparing that map with this one, or rather, not just comparing, bringing that into light. The scoreline was also same, 13-5, so that's one thing, but it's absolutely fine. We did see some fight from SATUL in the second one. I'd have to say they had some interesting ideas whenever they went in for the attack, and Techno was doing a phenomenal job in terms of taking that second entry, sometimes even the first entry on the side. Every single time we saw this man get a good amount of success, be it defense or attack. All they needed was probably a step up of maybe one or two more players, but it eventually ended up being a Reckoning's win.
Of course, the way Reckoning, especially tricky towards the last few rounds, the way this guy stepped down. And BGG also using that operator from the off angles. So yes, of course, Reckoning did have few cards up their sleeves, which they eventually pulled out and got that beautiful victory, 2-0 victory. But SATUL, yes, the second half looked more comfortable for them. In the first half also, after struggling initially, they were able to pull up their socks. So maybe next time, whenever we are going to see the players of SATUL, they'll perform like this, the way they performed on the map of Haven. Whatever the issue was on the map of Lotus, I'm sure they'll look into it and they'll rectify all the mistakes. But congratulations to the players of Team Reckoning for the victory.
From 7-1 down to a 5-7 half, and then converting a pistol as well as the anti-eco. SATUL did show some good signs of life, but as you mentioned, at the end of the day, Muner also stepped up big time in many of these situations. Whenever he saw that a lot of space was just being stolen away by the opponent's side in the garage and mid, he always moved up towards C-Long to take that space away. And then the anticipation, the off angles, worked out perfectly in unison. setting up the teammates for the rest of them, and then Tricky styling over Techno over towards the end. I mean, Techno had only 9 HP, man. Cut that man some slack. He was doing a phenomenal job, having over 20 frags in the previous one. But, you know, now we're obviously going to move in over towards the stats of the previous map. I kind of, as soon as I say that, seems like the production has connected with me on that consciousness, you know, solid subconscious level.
Maybe you just heard the producer, but never mind. Reckoning having 10 first kills and SATL having those 13 first kills. Yes, they do have more first kills, but the post plant was looking good for the plus of Team Reckoning because they got the site 11 times, converted it 7 times. SATL, they got the site only 7 times and were able to convert it 5 times. Post plant win percentage ratio is 0.64 for the plus of Team Reckoning and 0.7. A good performance, a valiant effort from the side of SATL on the map of Haven, but Lotus was a big problem for them. MVP is going to be obviously Munair with 2.1 KDA, 282 ACS, 190 damage per round. Headshot percentage is going to be 30.6% and first kills are going to be 1.
That's exactly the stats that you need from your Sentinel player. You don't want him to take the first contact, regardless if you're in attack or defense. You want always those utilities for the backstab, as well as for the sight holes. And as you mentioned, 282 ACS. Solid amount of damage per round. He always found himself in positions where enemy were not expecting him. But the similar performance being put up by Techno on the other side, 23 in 16. 3 assists as well with 270 ACS, 2 first kills for the man. He was, as I said, also doing a phenomenal job in terms of providing those entries whenever Miz was failing for that. Disease is the man though, I'd have to say. It was not his day probably. 7 in 19 this time around, struggling a lot. Seems like the man was having a lot of jitters.
Could be the pressure also. Could be the early game jitter. Something is really wrong with Disease. I'm sure he's going to figure out what's really happening wrong, because I didn't see those neural thefts being invested too much, or those trip fire going crazy with those trip fires, or any sort of setup in the defensive half from the side of Disease. Few things were really lacking from the side of Disease in the entirety of SA12, but few players did step up majorly, like Miz. Techno was doing wonderful on the map of Lotus as well. He was performing on the map of Haven also. The experience which he has was showcased by him, and Helif also. So kudos to him, but a 2-0 is something I didn't expect at all from the side of SA12 and Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, eventually SA12 was my pick to probably win out the series, but Reckoning have outdone themselves really well. Now it's not just SA12, but rather Reckoning that a lot of other teams will have to be worried about, because we also heard BGG in the pre-show interview itself mentioning that they've had around what, a month or maybe 2 months of practice, max to max, not a lot after that, and even after those months of practice, it has been looking very solid for this entire team in terms of the coordination. The utilities have been on point, the follow-ups have been on point, they've been going for the double peaks as well. No one's basically overheating in certain scenarios. So I like what Reckoning are bringing on the table. But the main test is obviously going to be, can they keep the same kind of composure for the longer period? Because it's just split 1, it was only day 1. There's so many more days to come. It's a round robin either way, so it's not just one game that they have to play. They have to play against every other team in their group. So yeah, it's a marathon, but I'm really intrigued to see now what's gonna happen, because Shadow, I want to ask the same question from you that Shivans asked during the interview. Do you think that the competition has increased a lot as compared to last year?
Of course, as compared to last year, the competition has definitely increased, but also the strengths of the conversation. There's so many roster changes are also there. Few teams are really struggling with the synergy, as we saw that SA12 was struggling with the synergy on the map of Lotus. That also brings up the additional factors which affect the performance of the team. So yes, the competition has increased. A new agent is already there. In fact, 2 new agents are already there. A lot of different compositions can be experimented with. So yes, the level has increased, but so are the additional factors also which are coming into the play, which is going to decide which team will come victorious overall.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it all falls down to how well do you gel up together as well with your teammates too. Because we've seen those adaptations come in. I'll have to be honest, you know, for as long as I've been in this scene, obviously I've not been here for a long time, but from what I've seen, normally it would take a bit more time for the South Asian teams to adapt to the meta that's been happening in the global stages. But this time around, we are seeing those adaptations, we're seeing those adjustments, and it's not just that they're picking the comps, they're using it to the fullest potential. I mean, in the previous one, we saw those guided salvos going out, drones as well being used out perfectly, combo plays with the fault line guided salvos, the scale up behind all of that, playing for the post plant with the Armageddons, clearing out the site and towards the back, including the Heaven as well as the Hell with the same utility. I am loving all those plays. Now, we've seen teams even yesterday bring out the Yoru. We've seen some teams today bringing out the Yorus as well. They're slowly and steadily trying to adapt to that Yoru meta too. And I'm pretty sure that Fritz, Spartus, they both will be super happy seeing this Japanese agent now being brought into play so many times.
See, here's the thing. All these players, all these teams have been into the scene since a very long time. Mechanically, they are gifted. Mechanically, they are very sound. They have reached the saturation point where the skills are at the top. But now, after that, what do? You try seeing the different region gameplays, what sort of combinations, what sort of compositions the other regions are bringing in. And you learn from that. You adapt from that. And you modify their compositions according to your playstyle. And that is exactly what the entire South Asian region has been doing in the last 1 year, and that's the reason the quick adaptability is also there. Like you said, in the previous Lotus map, they had the G2 composition, they had the T1 composition, and they were also executing it. Whether it's a win or a loss, that's a different thing, but at least they're giving it a try. They're giving it a attempt to try something new, to bring something out of the box, and that is actually scaling up the competition on of the entire VCSA.
Yeah, I have to agree. And to be honest, I'm really happy to see how quickly the teams are adapting, adjusting, learning new things. And also the international exposure has now basically brought out so many new openings for all of them. BGG, as being the IGL of the team, has basically given Rio a free leash to do whatever he wants on that initiator role. In the first map of Lotus, we saw the amount of assists that man brought out. Probably it was over around 12, 13, 14, 15. But that's one part of it, right? You basically have some easy time going in. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, you know we've been yapping for a long time. Let's throw it down to a quick interview that's happening on the Hindi desk.
क्या चल रहा है ये तो
भयंकर खेले हो
नहीं अरे मेरा बेस्ट अभी भी दिखा नहीं पाया हूँ मैं क्योंकि अभी 2 दिन से बीमार हूँ तो मैं थोड़ा कान वान सब बंद है नाक बंद है खांसी है तो टीम ने उठा लिया आज तो नेक्स्ट मैच आई विल डू मच बेटर
आज तो मतलब आप बोल रहे हो टीम ने उठा लिया और आई होप भाई मतलब जल्दी से जल्दी रिकवर कर दो फीवर के लिए क्योंकि है थोड़ा सा बट आज के दिन वी जस्ट सॉ यू आर ऑप्टेड फॉर दैट इनिशिएटर रोल राइट तो ये जो जेल अप करा है तो अभी के लिए हाउ मच कंफर्टेबल यू आर और क्या फ्यूचर में हमें कुछ रोल चेंज देखने को मिलेगा या फिर नहीं क्योंकि
लाइक अभी तो मैं फ्लेक्स प्रॉपर फ्लेक्स बन गया हूँ मैं ग्राइंड कर ही रहा हूँ टीम के साथ प्रैक्टिस में सारे रोल्स खेल रहा हूँ तो वही अभी चल रहा है धीरे धीरे प्रोग्रेस हो रही है अभी स्टिल नॉट एट द टॉप
नो डाउट बट डेडली देखिए आज पहला मैप जो था वो आपके लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा इजी ऐसा लगा कि थोड़ा केक वॉक था बट जो सेकंड वाला मैप आया वहाँ पर एक समय पर हमने एसटीएल की तरफ से भी कमबैक देखा ज़रूर ऐसा क्या हुआ आपकी टीम के कॉम्पोजिशन में या फिर मे बी कम्युनिकेशन में कि वो राउंड जब आप बहुत अच्छी डोमिनेशन के साथ खेल रहे थे और जीत रहे थे वहां से एक ऐसा मौका आया जब राउंड्स हारने लगे ऐसा क्या चेंज हुआ था व्हाट वर द मिस्टेक्स दैट यू थिंक वर बीइंग मेड
ऐसा मतलब हम लोग ने सोचा कि फर्स्ट मैप बहुत इजीली जीत गए सेकंड मैप से हम लोग सारे स्टार्ट्स अभी दिखाते नहीं है तो जैसा एम पे आ रहे एम पे खेलेंगे और अगर जीते तो जीते हारे तो हारे तो हम लोग भाई क्योंकि अभी हम लोग एम पे खेलने लगे तो थोड़े राउंड्स जाने लगे तो फिर हम जब वापस से फ्लो में आने का ट्राई किया कि 1-2 दिखा देते स्टार्ट्स तो हम लोग ने फोकस किया फिर हो गया लाइक वो 350 निकाला जो उसमें जीत गए हम लोग
एक चीज मतलब हर बार जब भी हमारे प्यारे इंपोर्ट्स आते हैं कुछ खिलाया विलाया मतलब अपना देसी खाना कुछ ऐसा स्पाइसी फूड कुछ ट्राई करवाया अभी तक
वो जब पहले दिन आया था उनको स्ट्रीट फूड खिलाया अगले दिन निकले ही नहीं वो बाथरूम से
Well, I mean, makes sense. कोई बात नहीं. वो खैर वो आपके boot camp की बात है. वो हम यहाँ पर नहीं करना चाहेंगे. But thank you very much, for joining with us, and congratulations and all the very best for the upcoming games as well.
Thank you.
Thank God that question only revolved around the food that they would have asked him to try, rather not teaching them certain words that we always know, sometimes. But it's fine, it's fine. I kind of wanted to know the answer as to why Reckoning were making those mistakes, and Deditent told that they didn't want to reveal out the strategies. So in terms of aim, SATL are doing a good job.
Oh, certainly they are. That's where we saw such a close competition on the map of Haven. A strong comeback also came from the side of SA2L in the very first half. So yes, the aim game is really there. It's maybe the synergy which SA2L was lacking on the map of Lotus. But I'm sure whenever the next time we are going to see the players of SA2L, they'll be in much better form. They'll really give a tough competition. Maybe they'll 2-0 their own opponent.
Yeah, highly possible. If that's going to happen or not is going to be a big question mark. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the first match. There's still one more remaining, but on the other side of the break, we've got Velocity up against Aura. So stay tuned.
everyone. You guys are watching VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1 Week 1 Day number 2. The first match is already over where Reckoning got a 2-0 up against the players of SA12. But now we have got the match of VLT versus Aura. And joining me on the desk is going to be Aladdin. So Aladdin, what are your predictions for the upcoming match?
Thank you so much for having me once again, and thank you so much for this warm welcome. Well, my prediction is absolutely clear. It's Velocity versus Aura. If we talk about both the teams, we have seen Team Velocity Gaming playing previously, and they do have a very good roster. On the other side, the team Aura is relatively a new team. They are some underdog players, some new players, so we can be surprised from their side as well as how do they play. But if we talk about the experience that Team Velocity have, I can clearly say that it is going to be a 2-0 from their side. So this is going to be a very big challenge for Team Aura Gaming.
Of course, the challenge is going to be huge for the players of Aura Gaming, but Aura is also one of those teams which is qualified from the Premiership. They played the grand finals of the qualifiers, and VLT is also one of those teams. Yes, they have the experience. Yes, they have played VCSA in the past, but they also came from the qualifiers. So that also brings up the conversation that if you remember, Aladdin, last time SK Rossi, who is now part of a VLT, he got so emotional after lifting the trophy of VCSA. He has already won VCSA, and this time, once again, he's looking for the same trophy.
Absolutely, the defending champions are looking for the same trophy, but on the other side, the newly built team, Aura Gaming, let's see how challenging this is going to be for them and what are their plan, what are they going to do against this experienced lineup. On the other side, previous match, our team Revenant Esports and SA12, we saw some action from SA12 finally, but unfortunately it was not enough. So let's see if Team Aura Esports has enough in them to prove that they are worthy enough. But let's talk about the roster here. We have Aura versus Velocity. On the side of Velocity, we have Russ, SK Rossi, Lightning, Medlin, and Tamara. On the other side, we have Homeboy, Sinix, Cambo, Prime, and Robux on the side of Team Aura. So this relatively new roster, they have so much to prove for now, but let's see what are they going to do in this first match.
Let's see what they are going to do in the very first match, because like you said, the pressure is definitely going to be on the players of Aura, because they are going to have that early game jitters playing on such a big platform. It definitely do something to your nerves, but also it also gives you an additional benefit that the opponent, your foes, are not aware about your play style, what sort of composition you are going to bring in, what sort of plays you are going to make. They don't have any sort of history, so VLT, they are going completely blind. But on the other side, Aura, they're aware that what sort of plays do VLT likes bringing in, and they can easily counter that.
Absolutely, but let's move forward and talk about the map Veto. Aura Esports, they banned Abyss, and now the first pick is going to be Lotus, and then we have Pearl and Heaven. As we talked about this previously, Lotus is that map which is being played most of the times. This is the first and foremost pick for every other team. On the defender side, we'll be seeing Aura, and this is the pick from the side of Team Aura as well. So considering that Heaven is that decider match, I think that the game is not gonna go there, but Team Aura, they have so much to prove now, and they can definitely surprise. As you already talked about it, that that Team VLT, they have no idea about the play style of Team Aura Esports. How do they like to play? And on the other side, the entire gameplay, the entire game plan of Team Velocity is on the YouTube. You can watch it online. You can plan accordingly. But on the other side, Velocity already know about this, and they might have a counter plan accordingly.
But also VLT, they are coming with a completely new roster. Yes, Rossi is a experienced veteran players, few experienced players, few new names are also there. We saw that SA12, yes, they also had the experienced players, but they were not able to have that good synergy, especially on the map of Lotus. They were really lacking in terms of the synergy. So that also brings up the conversation that how well prepared VLT is, how good synergy is there, how much they have practiced together, because so many other factors also comes into the picture. Yes, you have the experience, but sometimes even the experienced players also face a failure.
Absolutely, when there is no coordination, that's what you're talking about. In Team SA12, the coordination was not there. On the other side, Revenant Esports, they had that coordination. A few of Russian players coming in. Everything was right in their favor. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move towards the first match, let's go towards an interview, and we will be right back after this short interview.
Russ from Velocity and Paradox from Aura. Welcome guys. How are you guys? पहले तो first question from you, Para. Straight off the
Yeah,
bat.
sure.
How is Team Aura? I mean, you as a player have played so much. Now, do you think they can match the caliber that you guys had in the previous seasons?
I mean, yeah, they sure do have caliber, and I would say these guys
Okay.
even hold some raw potential. And I'm
Mhm.
pretty much surprised by the raw aiming techniques by all these youngsters I'm playing with right now. Like I'm teaching them a lot of stuff. Although, like right now, we might be up to a shaky start considering like I just joined like 1 or 2 days back. But these guys do
Okay.
have a lot of potential, and I could see them going the long way if given the right guidance and advice.
All
Russ,
right. Well.
I want to
Yeah.
ask
Please go
from
ahead,
you.
Spartus.
You have played against Aura the last time. They were a good team. So
Shush.
are we gonna see some changes from your side, or are you gonna stick to the same composition and the similar playstyle?
Right now, like the thing is, I cannot change this like abruptly because the event was starting in 2 days or something, and so like I stuck to their plan, but I did suggest them some a lot of different things, some fundamentals, some even like suggestions they could pull up to the game to level up the game. I would say because they right now are playing that A game because obviously they qualified from premiers and they came all the way from open qualifiers to over here, so they do have the caliber, but to play against the best teams of India, like the top 8 teams, so they need to even level up even further. So right now I haven't made any like drastic changes or what you could say, but I do have like I would say improvise, or maybe I'm just like right a guidance towards them, or even like helping hand, I would say. But like slowly, like as the day passes, I will make sure that these guys are the next big things in India.
Well, that will be crazy. But now, Russ, how do you think Paradox investment in Aura lineup, and you have played Aura in the past as well. So do you think there will be a better opportunity for Aura to give a close fight to you guys?
I mean, we'll see. Like, obviously, Power joining them is a big deal. It's going to help them a lot to grow in general. But now we're going to try at least. So last time we weren't trying as hard enough. My players were sleeping. So
okay.
yeah.
Oh.
So now we're going to show up. You know.
So basically, the 13-10 game that we are referring to is you saying that you were sleeping. All right. Well, eventually you won the game. Hopefully this time around it's a fair, easier game than what we had, right? That's what you were saying.
Yeah, pretty much. We have everything that we need. You know, we practice a lot, and you know, we have everything that we need to play. And so yeah, we'll just play and show what we're about.
Any surprises for us in terms of team composition, agent select, something that you can spin ahead on any map?
Nothing really. You can just watch us. You can try counter us or whatever. We have everything. So yeah, we're ready.
Hey. All right. Last question from my side, Para. When do we see you in the server back, or have you switched full time as a coach?
No, not full time as of now, I would say, but I'm still looking for opportunities. So just as like small plug, I would say, looking for offers for Split 2. But still, like
good timing.
Right now, and like instead of wasting my time, why not just guide like the youth of India? I would say. So instead, I just took up the role of Split 1 में ऐसा coaching करके to help some kids, I would say, and then hopefully
that's great.
Hopefully, we see you guys see me in action on Split 2.
Ooh, all right. Thank you so much, Para. Thank you so much, Russ, for joining us. See you in the server.
See you.
See you, man. Good.
Well, that was Paradox and Russ, and Paradox also giving a league that he's ready to join any sort of a lineup and be a part of VCSA in the upcoming future. But yes, we all want to see Paradox back into the action, back as an esports player. But yes, he's doing a wonderful job as a coach. But if you guys are wondering what is the 13-10 which Frizz was talking about, well, both these teams also went up against each other in the VCSA qualifiers in the grand finals, where Velocity had a 2-0 win against the players of Aura Gaming, and that was a map of Lotus and Haven. And seems like Velocity, they had an easy victory. Do you think, Aladdin, that this time Aura will be able to answer back?
I really think that this can happen, but before we talk about this, let's talk about the quiz. If you really want to have a chunk of Valorant points, if you really want to have that prize pool that is not for the team but for all those people who are watching the stream, make sure that you answer these questions. All you have to do is scan to answer these questions, and you will not get your prize right there, but all those people who join the streams throughout this VCSA journey, you will, the person who gives the maximum answer will get a chance to have a share of 7,000 Valorant points. But on the other side, the question you asked, I think Team Velocity, they did had an easy win, but on the other side, Aura Esports, they're ready for a revenge. They're definitely ready for a revenge. And in that interview, their coach said that these people, they have that raw gun power that he was also impressed with. So maybe that raw gun power will be enough to shut down Velocity Gaming. But on the other side, Velocity Gaming, they definitely have that confidence and have that momentum as well to take Aura Esports down. So this match is going to be really interesting, and I am definitely looking forward to it.
I think we all are. We all are looking forward to it because Para, as a coach, I'm sure the young talent, the young youth of a country, under the right mentorship, under the right guidance of Paradox, can definitely shine really bright. But on the other side, we have the experienced players of Velocity Gaming, Russ, such an experienced player, SK Rossi, who has already lifted the trophy. The pressure is definitely going to be there. Something what really happens is, you're a really talented player, but the opponent, since they are so experienced, you get intimidated and you are not able to have your A performance. And that should not be the case with the players of Aura Gaming Esports at this point. They just need to play their natural gameplay and just look for the revenge against the players of VLT.
Absolutely, but you can see the camera of all the players of Velocity Gaming, Lightning, Russ, SK Rossi, everybody is ready, everybody wants to get their hands on this victory. But on the other side, we have Aura Esports, some young lads, some players with the raw aggression and the raw gun power. How do they mold it into a victory? That's something that we want to witness today. But on the other side, Aura Esports, do they have it in them? Are they willing to take that pressure? This is another question. The coach, he said that they are ready, but he also mentioned one thing, that I think this is the kind of mentality that cannot get you a lot of wins, but he mentioned it in front of his opponent that they will possibly have a shaky start. I mean, you have to have that confidence at least.
And the coach knows the boys better than anyone else. But looking at the lineup, looking at the composition, a same composition has been picked by the players of VLT. A double initiator, breach, fade combo. Then we also have Chamber in the mix, and Neon as a duelist, and Omen as a controller. But the difference between Aura and VLT composition is the mix of Teho. Teho is there, Primey is playing on that, and we also have Killjoy. So the double initiator composition of VLT, I believe, is going to have a certain advantage. Seems like both these teams are still going with the same composition which they went with in the qualifiers.
Absolutely, but the inclusion of Chamber is quite controversial from the side of SK Rossi, but we know that he likes to play with the operator, and Chamber is one of those agents who gives you enough room to play with. And on the other side, now that Damara has the Neon, and we have seen him playing duelist multiple times, and he likes to justify his role as well. So this is going to be another thing. This is going to be another thing that we have to see, that how he gels up with Russ and tries to win this one for his team. But on the other side, the most challenging is going to be Aura Esports lineup. They have the mix of Teho with the Killjoy. I think this is the first time that we are going to see Killjoy on this map in this entire VCSA. But let's talk about the first round, which is going to start in a few moments. Aura versus Velocity. This is going to be a lot of fun.
It is definitely going to be a lot of fun because Aura, they're looking for redemption. VLT, for them, it should be an easy walk in the park to get a victory up against the players of Team Aura. But let's see how everything is going to pan out. The first pistol round is definitely going to give some momentum boost to the players of Aura, just in case if they get the pistol in their favor. But VLT, they are starting on the attacking half, and Aura on the defensive side. And Lotus is an attack-oriented map. So VLT, they already have a certain advantage. But for now, looking at the setup of Aura, two players all the way towards the C side, where we have the entire setup of Cynics, then Homeboy all the way towards A, two players towards the Link. So the setup is looking nice, but seems like VLT, they're going for an aggro hit towards the C side.
Absolutely, a C side hit, but Fade is left to give some information on the A side. The Haunt definitely reveals a lot of position. 2 to 3 players are gonna wait that maybe Team Velocity is gonna push towards A side. Are they gonna bite? On the other side, the setup of Killjoy is on the C side, which is definitely going to be difficult to breach, but Damara says no more. Now he rushes in towards the side. A bit of utility being exchanged. For now, no information whatsoever, but Tamara gets picked off by Sinks, and this kind of long-range fight is something that we were not expecting.
It comes as a shocker. Damara getting picked off very early in the game, but as Kyrossi is going to answer back, getting the trade onto Cynex. Homeboy gets one, but he also gets traded off. A 3v3 retake for the players of Team Aura. Lightning gets one more.
Last player
How this
standing.
is going to pan out, but Russ went on and
Ross,
finds
Ross.
Rawbox and Prime as well. Leaving only Gambo in a 1v3 situation. This pistol is almost done, seems like, but a 1v2 is still there. But time is ticking. Time is the biggest enemy for Gambo, and seems like Midland is going to shut him down, and the first pistol goes in the favor of VLT.
Absolutely, a good retake was supposed to happen, but it was not possible as VLT's players were there, specifically Russ. The way he picked two of those players and made the situation better for his team. That was really interesting. Look at this. The first pick was taken by Cynics, but after that, it was all shaky on their side. As Ross picked two with the classic, this was enough for him to get the first round for his team. But now you can see that the interest is being shifted from the C side towards the A. But on the other side, two of the players from the side of Team Aura, they were pushing towards C Mount, taking all that information. A one-way smoke is also there.
That
Most
triple
probably.
beast in the previous round.
Yes.
Russ is doing such a wonderful job. Sorry to cut you off, but this time, once again, for a player to save round, it's an entire eco. It should be an easy second round for the players of Team VLT. The main question is, how much eco damage can the players of Aura do in this particular round?
Absolutely, they have to destroy the economy. But the way they're playing, that's what they want to do. I mean, they're wrapping around all the players of VLT. That's the whole purpose of this structure. But on the other side, the rotation is being called, and now they will try to get some picks or not. They're not showing any interest for now. Now Homeboy, he's pushing in, gets picked off, tries to take one down, and Cynics, he takes Matlin. They will drop a few weapons, but look at velocity. They were just falling back. Unfortunately, Matlin could not save his gun, but all the other players, they saved their weapons, and now moving towards the third round, velocity is looking good. This is the moment of truth where Aura has to perform because now they have the better weaponry.
Of course, it's going to be a full buy round for the players of Aura, and indeed an important round, like you mentioned. VLT, well, only one weapon was dropped from their side, Maitland, but I like the way that how the players of Aura tried to deny those ultimate points to the players of Velocity. Three players going down by the spike, but this time early rebel control to the players of Aura. But VLT, they have different things in mind. They're going all the way towards the C side where we have the setup of Cynics. C-mount control has already been established. Just one single player towards the C, but Prime one finds a Rossi, shuts him down. Lightning Fast gets a trade onto Prime. A 4v4 situation in a completely empty C side. It should be an easy plan for the players of VLT.
Absolutely. VLT, they're not stopping at all. They got the side for themselves. But for now, the situation is not that good for them. And Homeboy, the way he's flanking, somebody has to anticipate that two of the players of Aura, they're going for a flank. This is not looking good. Information being traded on Phoenix, Madeline, along with his teammate using all the utils. But Tamara, look at this one. He finds two of the players and shuts them down. Velocity, they have the advantage. Now they might anticipate that both the players are from the coming from the flank side. And look at this, Lightning gets picked off. Instant trade from their side. And now this is a 1v2, which is close to impossible. There is no time. The only thing you can do is save your weapon, and this is what Robux is doing. He's falling back.
Weapon received and round lost.
This is unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. Aura Esports was supposed to win this one. Unfortunate.
Well, they were supposed to. They should have, because it was full buy round for the players of Aura. And if you're going to lose your full buy rounds, I don't know how they're going to stage any sort of comeback.
Absolutely.
But it's way too soon to speak about a comeback. But Russ is having his own Rolling Thunder online. But once again, Aura, they have been pushed back to the save round. A scrappy buy coming in from their side. It should be an easy 4-0 for the players of VLT. Rossi, with that outlaw, is trying to find something. But look at the trigger discipline. Players of Aura are showcasing.
Whoa.
And homeboy, Gambo swings out at the same time. Deals with the 3 players of VLT. Rossi was able to trade one. I don't think that is going to be enough. Because now it's a 2v4 situation.
Absolutely unfortunate it was. One heroic Vandal got the job done. 2 of the players were down. Homeboy got traded, but he got the job done. This is what he wanted to do. Now it's a 2v4 situation. SK Rossi still with the outlaw. Slowly and steadily pushing forward towards the B side, but he has to be careful. Because Prime is there. Prime is already there. And even the KJ Util is there. But SK Rossi is just better. Takes control of the entire B side. They need to plant the spike. But they have to predict that Cynics is also there, coming towards the C link. Slowly and steadily moving forward, gets picked off by Sinks. This is not looking good for VLT at all.
Spike planted.
A 1v3 should be an easy retake for the players of Team Aura. They've got the utils, they have got the flashes and aftershock to work around, but seems like Middle is going to isolate those fights. A 1v3 has been brought down to a 1v2, but Cynics lands that headshot and deals with the last player of VLT. Enough time to go for the defuse as well. So a thrifty conversion coming in for the players of Aura. They lost onto the buy rounds, but they got the save round converted, a thrifty conversion. And also for the upcoming round, they have got the overdrive and the lockdown as well. 2 win conditions for the players of Aura.
But a fumble from the side of Medlin. As we can see that he forgot to use his haunt as well in the last moments. But it's okay. It was a 1v2 situation. 1v3 actually converted to a 1v2. But on the other side, the start of the round, it was very shaky. And this is something that Team VLT should not do. Now that they have an operator, they have to be more careful now. On the other side, homeboy, look at this guy. What is he doing? What is he doing? Running from the C side with his ultimate, now has the operator. This is not looking good for VLT at all. They're pinched from 2 different sides. This operator has to be dealt with as soon as possible. And look at this. Look at this. This is insane.
One enemy remaining.
Oh boy, with the top operator finds Russ. Gambo gets Damara. It's only lightning fast down to 18 HP. The lockdown is there. And homeboy gets a third one, a 3k and the second round for the players of Team Aura. Slowly and steadily, Aura, they're getting those rounds converted in their favor. The defense, 2 rounds are already there in the favor. 3 more rounds and I think Aura will be good to go for the second half. As a defensive team, you need those bare minimum 4 to 5 rounds in the defense on the map of Lotus.
Good use of lockdown from the side of Cynics. It confused every player of VLT, and definitely after that they were very shaky. They got the pressure from 3 different sides, and unfortunately they could not survive in that pressure. But once again, homeboy is using that operator SK Rossi with his ultimate. He has to shut him down, but Aura, look at this, homeboy, he's on a different angle. He did not get revealed. Finds SK Rossi, shuts him down and falls back. This is interesting, but Aura, homeboy, look at this guy. He's not stopping it all. One more time, another peek, another peek. Man, oh man, homeboy is just too good with the operator. Team Velocity, they have no answer whatsoever.
Drone is down.
2v4 situation for the players of VLT. Not looking really good. Especially the way homeboy along with Drawbox is holding on to that angle. Caitlyn has got his entire kit available. The Horn, the Prowler, Seas, everything is there. Even the fault line is there to work around with. Fake trap. The fault line is there.
One enemy remaining.
But Homeboy with a 4K and going for
Oh
an
my
ace.
God.
Homeboy with an ace. Gets a third round and an equalizer. Aura Gaming. They're doing wonderful, especially Homeboy. Last 2 rounds, this guy was a complete beast. Already 12-4.
This is absolutely brilliant from Homeboy. The way he played with this operator justified it. Absolutely stunning. The kind of situation he was in, the way everybody was pushing. I mean, Team Velocity, they're taking it very easy. The way Asterisk peeked and Homeboy, he made sure that he gets a pick from there. He fall back, try to take another pick. Team Velocity, somehow, they were just ignoring that their opponent had this deadly weapon. And Homeboy took the advantage of that. An ace with the operator, this is something that we do not see mostly. This is something that is not normal. Crazy performance from his side, but VLT, they're forced to take a timeout because they have to rethink and re-strategize. They're definitely doing some mistakes that they don't have to.
I'm sure VLT is going to fix whatever is happening wrong really soon. But Damara has got his own overdrive. I'm sure this round should go in the favor of VLT if that ultimate is used to the perfection. But even Homeboy's overdrive is also just 1 point away. He's also got the operator. It seems like no buy coming from the side of Damara. It's only Bucky. I'm out of here. He's going to rely on that overdrive to create some space and an opening towards the seaside. But that paranoia, perfect paranoia coming in. And Robux capitalizing behind that. Shutting down Damara. Shutting down the only win condition for the players of VLT. This is a 4th round coming for the players of Aura.
Absolutely, this is so out of box, so out of syllabus for this team. VLT, they were not expecting a great paranoia being deployed by Roblox, and he got the pick as well. Team Aura, they're making every of the util count. Once again, trying to clear some angles. Team VLT, they wants to push towards the C side. Roblox taking all the information. He still knows that all the players are here. And VLT, they will try to push. Beyond is not getting any information. But Roblox, look at him trying to change the angle. Fortline is there, but Roblox gets stopped and finds one. He gets traded, but this is enough. Situation is down to a 3v4. And look at the HP of Asterisk. He is down to 8% HP.
8 HP, no more there. Prime shuts him down. Only 2 players. It's all down to Russ and Lightning Fast. Russ is going for the plant. A 4v2 retake. The numbers advantage is with Aura. They've got the utility. Prime finds Lightning Fast. Russ finds one. But he also gets traded off. And the 4th round also goes in the favor of Aura. VLT, something is really happening wrong. Especially with Damara. That paranoia, like you mentioned, was so perfect and so precise from the side of Roblox that the entire plan of VLT was ruined the moment Damara got picked off because they were relying on that overdrive. But seems like now Aura, they are in the lead. Overdrive from the shadows is still there with the plus of VLT. Let's see if they can come to an equalizer because now they have got the buy, they have got the weaponry. Damara once again relying on that overdrive. Because only it's a Bucky investment coming in from his side. But Gambo has got his own Rolling Thunder also online. Go, go, go.
I mean, you mentioned that VLT's plan was shaky, but I don't see any plan here. They're just pushing all in, and look at this, Damara. This time he wants to get online, clearing all the angles, finds one, finds another. This guy is not stopping. And look at this, SK Rossi and Ross. They cleared the remaining fuss, and now the last man standing is Homeboy with the operator. He is definitely gonna save his weapon. They have enough economy. He can destroy some of the economy of Team VLT. But what is going on? VLT, in one round, they play like they don't even know how to play. And in the other, they just dominate all in.
VLT finally getting that 4th round. Like you said, Homeboy can try going for those exit frags. Or maybe just try saving that operator. It seems like he's going for that exit frag because a retake, a 1v5 retake is something which is close to impossible. But yes, few weapons he can try to drop from the side of VLT, but seems like that's not going to happen. And VLT coming to an equalizer, the 4th round also goes in their favor. This was the same exact plan which VLT had in the previous round as well, where Tamara was supposed to go in with that overdrive, but of course Roblox didn't allow that to happen. But this time the 4th round coming in, and we already have an operator investment from the side of Medlin, if I'm not wrong. Actually, it is SK Rossi with the operator.
Look at the highlights. Tamara was unstoppable. The way he pushed, the relay bolt was on point. An easy win for his team. 4-4 is the scoreline. Both the teams are looking so impressive. An operator in the hand of Eskirosi and Tamara, as you were talking about it, he is back online, and this is something that this team needed. Again, a heavy execute towards the A side, but they are cutting all the noise. They will look for a rotate, but for that to happen, somebody has to clear the B and the C side. Because maybe Homeboy will go for a flank, and this is not looking good. If he goes for a flank, he can backstab Team Velocity.
Alarm bot down.
Aura, they have got the 4 ultimates online. And SK Rossi seems like he doesn't need any ultimate, just the operator is enough to shut down Cynex. A completely off guard. Rossi might find one more. Oh boy, he needs to be very careful, he needs to be very cautious. A dry peek is something. Last thing which the players of Aura want to give to SK Rossi. Maidlane still having that trouble control, but finally Roblox pulls the trigger first and shuts down Maidlane. A 4v4 retake, but lightning fast, getting one more advantage. Tamara shutting down Gambo. Only 2 players remaining. A 2v4 scenario where Homeboy finds Tamara, shuts him down. Lightning fast gets a trade as well, leaving Homeboy all by himself in a 1v3 situation. The aftershock is there, but Homeboy finds SK Rossi. Will that be enough? There is no time for the defuse, and the round goes in the favor of VLT. Velocity Gaming 5-4, having a lead of 1 round.
VLT is finally making some noise. And another round goes in their favor, but this time around, I think this is finally, this is that stage, this is that point that we were expecting Team Velocity. This is the game that we were expecting Team Velocity will play. Before that, they were definitely fumbling. Look at this, no chance whatsoever for Team Aura Esports to go towards the defuse. But now they're taking their time to think. A timeout is being taken by Aura Esports. If you look at the loadout of both the teams, we can see multiple of operators. SK Rossi is using that operator on the other side. Team Aura Esports Homeboy, and we know that he is deadly on that weapon. But they will definitely be challenged from the side of Velocity Esports, but we were not expecting Team Aura to do so good. But they are doing so good.
Yes, they are. Yes, they definitely are doing really good. They have got 3 ultimates online. Homeboy with his overdrive. The Rolling Thunder is there. Even Russ is also having his own Rolling Thunder. And last time also, when both these teams went against each other on the map of Lotus, it was a 13-11 win for VLT. That also Aura did give a very strong competition to the players of VLT. But they haunt. Not a lot of information has been passed on. And this time, it's only Cynex, the solo anchor, towards the A side. And that is where the players of VLT are trying to go. They have got the map control. Just one solo anchor. 2 of the players, especially SK Rossi, along with Maidlane, is watching for any sort of flank coming from the side of Oro. Roblox needs to be a bit cautious. He didn't check that angle. And finally, Roblox shuts him down.
A cheeky angle from Roblox's side gets the advantage to his team. A 4v5 situation it is. All the utils are here from the side of Cynics. But now a rotation is coming towards A. Tamara, the information is being given that he is towards the stair side. Gambo using all the flashes, flashpoints is there, but Cynics trying to take one down, but VLT Lightning, he finds two of the players. Ultimate is being used, and on the other side, Cynics finds the third one. Tamara, the last one standing, responsibility lies on his shoulders. He has to do something amazing. A 1v2 it is, but this is not enough. Roblox shuts him down as well, and all in all, it was just Roblox and Cynics who got the 5 picks.
Well, they certainly did. A 5th round coming for the players of Aura. Back and forth rounds. I wouldn't be surprised, Aladdin, if it goes into an overtime also. And not to forget that Homeboy has still got his overdrive. Gambo has got his Rolling Thunder online. 2 ultimates are still there with the players of Aura. It can be a 6-6 swap for the first half. There is a huge possibility of that happening. SK Rossi once again with the operator. Cynics also having his own operator.
The lockdown is almost there. What is going on? This is absolutely chaotic. Rolling Thunder being invested. Fault line there. Relay bolt from both the sides. Both the neons are down. The ones who were creating so much noise, they have been shut down. And now it's a 4v4 situation. But unfortunately, Russ, he could not do anything with that Rolling Thunder. And now Gambo still has the ultimate. Cynics, one more point and he will get his lockdown as well. Trying to push towards the B side, VLT, but on the other side, Aura Esports, they want to get the information. Prime with his drawn, get some information. And now the missiles have been shot down. Ross is low in HP. All the players are pushing towards the B link. But look at Cynics, finds one with the operator. On the other side, Madeline takes the trade. And now again it's a 2v2.
Yes, like you said, Cynics also has got the lockdown.
I have the spike.
But spike has been
30 seconds left.
by SK Rossi. 7 seconds on the clock. A fake tap. And a pivotal also coming towards the A side. They've got enough time to go towards the A side and go for the plant. Seems like a good idea.
All missiles away.
10 seconds left.
Oh,
planted.
that lineup was so close. But finally the spike has been planted. A 2v2 rating. Nightfall being invested when Madeline on the back of it finds Prime and SK Rossi shuts down Cynics. The 6th round goes in the favor of VLT.
Last
a
round
6-5.
in the half.
Let's see if it is going to be an equalizer or a 7-5 swap.
I don't think so, because the loadout is disturbed. Aura Esports, they cannot go with the maximum weaponries. I mean, 2 of the players are forced to save, are forced to buy a Stinger. Look at Homeboy. He has the ultimate. He's definitely going to play with that.
They're fierce.
The magical finger. But on the other side, Team VLT, they have all the weaponry that they can get. An early A execute. Haunt is there. But on the other side, Homeboy, look at him. Repeating the script. This is what he did previously. But SK Rossi, this is the time for revenge. 3 of the players are coming from the back side. And VLT have to answer back.
Next, my ult is ready.
Cynics still trying to play on the contact of the alarm bot. SK Rossi finds Prime, shuts him down. Russ is going for the plant. It should be a 4v5 retake. Lockdown being invested from the side of Cynics. This should be the win condition, but Russ deals with Cynics, shuts him down. This was such an important duel for Cynics.
One enemy remaining.
And Tamara and Lightning Fast finding 2 more. Robux is still fighting, gets only 1 and good for only 1. Lightning Fast will shut him down, and the 7th round also goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. A 7-5 first half in the favor of Velocity Gaming.
Absolutely, another round goes towards Velocity Gaming, and it was kind of obvious.
One enemy remaining.
As Aura Esports, they were lacking in something. That was definitely the loadout. They did not have that weaponry. On the other side, the way Homeboy used the ultimate, he tried to repeat the script, but Team Velocity, they had the idea that this is something that happened previously when Homeboy used the ultimate, and this is something that he's going to do once again. It was enough to stop the aggression of Team Velocity, but Velocity, they were just better. And now, again, switch of the sides. Team Aura Gaming on the attacking side, and Team Velocity on the defense side. Pistol round it is. Repeating the same script. A smoke here, a one-way smoke here, and a player is playing behind that one-way. But Aura Prime trying to take that information and now falling back towards the B side. I guess the whole intention of Team Aura Esports is to push towards A, but they're just trying to get those random picks. They're just trying to play slow, trying to make some space.
Rossi on the top angle, such important angles, will be able to find Cynics, but no, he has to reposition. That was a good reveal from the side of Madeline, giving all the information to SK Rossi that the pivot is coming all the way towards A side. He was just ready. But recalling my
look at Lightning.
Sort of connection. Down.
Homeboy, this was much needed. Tries to take Lightning and succeeds in that. But look at Tamara. What is this guy doing? He jumps in the side. And Cynics! Oh my god! Shuts two of the player down. Prime was also there to take a trade, and now it's a 1v1. SK Rossi. Is he gonna bide? Is he gonna defuse full? And he is sticking. He is sticking. Prime, what were you doing?
Prime was going for a complete wraparound. And in the meanwhile, SK Rossi went for the defuse. Oh my god, this is going to hurt Prime a lot. Had he been in the side, but he didn't know that SK Rossi is going to stick for the defuse. But whatever the situation was, 8th round goes for the players of VLT. This pistol was really important for the players of Aura. But seems like the pistol has been stolen by the players of VLT. There was no way on earth that Rossi would have... But never mind. Moving on, we have got an entire eco round for the players of VLT and a save round for the players of Aura. A fast execute for Aura is Homeboy going directly into the side, but lightning fast, Madeline and SK Rossi, all the trades going in the favor of VLT. This was a save round, this was ought to happen. A flawless entire eco for the players of VLT.
Absolutely, VLT was untouchable. Except Lightning. Nobody took any damage at all, and now a Phantom is in play from side of Damara. So this weapon advantage is still not enough. I mean, it is enough, but we know that Velocity can still nerf it. Because they can still dish it out. This is the highlighted moment where Velocity Gaming just ended the round within the blink of an eye. And now moving towards the 15th round. 9-5 is the score line. Aura Esports, they definitely have the weapon advantage. But one mistake, and specifically, if they lose this one, this game will be close to over. SK Rossi taking the control, slowly and steadily moving forward. The timing is in his favor. Cynic has to be careful. Two of the players are here. He has no information about SK Rossi, that he has the control of A's rubble. Look at this. SK Rossi finds the timing, finds Cynics, and eliminates him.
I'm out of here. That headhunter in the hands of SK Rossi is really deadly. Rossi do a proper justice to Chamber. Already advantage, numbers advantage with the players of VLT. Prime will go and plant the spike all the way towards the C side. And VLT, the entire game plan was to play on the retake, but Madeline, he needs to be careful. He needs to be very cautious. The flash goes in, and Madeline has been shut down. Numbers equalized, but the entire team is coming from the main where Rossi finds Robux.
It's not planted for them.
The Mara shuts down. Oh boy.
It's not planted for them. What are you doing? Aura Gaming losing a buy round. A bonus round for VLT, and they still won it. These mistakes are gonna cost you a lot. VLT, Velocity Gaming, they are just too good. And Aura Esports, they have no answer. No answer whatsoever. This was not the kind of plant that you do if you want to play towards the city side.
Agreed. This was not a CT plant. Big mistakes from the side of Aura. And VLT did capitalize on those mistakes. A timeout coming in, but seems like it's way too late for the timeout because already Aura Gaming, there are 5 rounds deficit. SK Rossi is having his ultimate online Tour de Force. The Outlaw is also there. A perfect weaponry for such rounds where the opponents are on the half shields. Outlaw itself is enough to deal with the entirety of Aura.
The worst part is that Aura Esports, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the worst part is that the Aura Esports, they don't have their buy. Their loadout is disturbed, their economy is disturbed.
Agreed, 100% to that. They don't have a buy for the next round. And I don't know what Para is going to guide the players in this timeout that they can stage a comeback, get 5-5 back rounds. I don't know, it seems like we need to draw the curtains and VLT, this should be their game to lose. A full buy for them. Even overdrive of Damara is also just 2 points away. Only Stingers and Judge to rely on, and seems like the Judge is doing proper justice, and Senex Sheriff finds SK Rossi the numbers advantage with the players of Aura.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Back off.
Damara finding Senex as well.
Not ready yet.
Trying to equalize the numbers. This is a 3v4 retake for the players of ELT. Seems like Damara finding Roblox as well.
Fortnite is so on point, and Damara, oh my god, what is this guy doing? Homeboy shuts him down, but he got the job done. Homeboy finds another player, the dash was there, but Ross shuts him down, and a round that was so close to conversion, another round goes towards Velocity Gaming, and now they are on that 11th number. The scoreline that is so close to the win. This is the last chance that Aura Esports has. They were so close previously, but unfortunately, those sloppy mistakes that Minute wanted specifically, it costed them. And now moving towards the 17th round, Aura Esports have the buy, but they have to do something amazing from here, right now.
Just one more round and VLT will be on the match point. The call point with C-mount control established, but SK Rossi shuts down Homeboy. That Tour de Force in his hands. He can inhale the entirety of Aura. A dry peak is something which Aura doesn't want to give SK Rossi at any cost now.
Gotta go.
Just look at the confidence of VLT. They're pushing the C-mount. The Mara finds Roblox. The numbers advantage is there. But the entirety of team has rotated all the way towards the A side where we have Madeline.
Absolutely, Madeline is there. Russ is coming for the support. Team Velocity Gaming, they are not buying this fake. They're coming right there. But Madeline, why did you do that? That was a mistake. But Russ, he was there to shut down the entirety of Team Aura Esports. And this is it. 2 players were enough. Damara and Russ. They shut down one by one all the players of Aura Esports. And once again, Velocity claiming that title. They're so close to that. Aura Esports, they lost the bye round. This is going to be that round where they have to force, unfortunately. But they don't have enough of that weaponry. 2 of the Vandals with the light shield. 1 Guardian with the light shield. Is this enough? I don't think so.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down.
The Mara, this guy is on a different level. 20 in 11. Especially with that overdrive of 4K coming in. And just look at the confidence which VLT is having. They're going for such aggressive push. The rubber control, the aim-in control, the entire map control is with the players of VLT. The only full anchor towards the C-side is going to be SK
Oh my
Rossi.
God.
Damara finds Cynic, shuts him down. It's all down to SK Rossi. 1. Can he get the second one? There's a possibility of that happening. He gets
Oh
the
my
second
God.
as well with a bucky. SK Rossi just doing SK Rossi things.
Absolutely, SK Rossi and Damara, they are just making sure that Team Aura struggles. And look at him, once again, pushing with the fast lane, finds one, but unfortunately, it was not enough, and now finds another. Eliminates the entire team of Aura Esports. Damara and Russ make sure that Team Aura Esports suffers. Velocity, what a play from their side. This was something insane. Look at this,
Of course, it was
Kirosi.
insane. Well, these sort of plays are always expected from the side of SK Rossi because this guy has always impressed everyone. The way he plays Chamber, the way he used that Headhunter, throw their force. Every time SK Rossi on Chamber is an absolute beast. But this time even Damara also impressed me the most. The way Damara was going for the 4Ks, even an ace also coming in. So many things were happening from the side of VLT. They looked so confident towards the end. But Aura, they look completely off. Last time it was a 13-11. But this time, getting 6 total rounds seemed like a big challenge for the players of Aura.
Absolutely. It looked like a big challenge for Team Aura Esports, but Velocity, the way they were struggling in a few rounds, and after that, the way they capitalized that timeout, it was enough. They decided something, they made a plan, they stick to it, and they got the win. 12-5 is a great win on this map. I mean, Team Velocity, they made sure that Aura suffers. In a few rounds, Aura did play some crispy aim game, some good strategic gameplay, but after that, specifically after that timeout, when Team Velocity planned a counter strat, Team Aura struggled a lot. But they still have one match to go, and Team Aura, they still have to prove that they are one of those best raw aimers because they've qualified till here. They deserved it. But for now, let's move towards the highlights of the game number 1.
Well, looking at the highlights, we can see a complete montage of SK Rossi and Damara. Even Medlin also showcased few heroics here and there. The way VLT had read the players of Aura just like a book. There were no dry peaks, there were no mistakes done by the players of VLT. It seems like the entire team has gelled up really good in terms of the synergy. Even in the qualifiers, we saw that how great Damara is as a Neon, especially on the map like Lotus. This time, once again, we saw a similar thing happening. The perfect flash, the perfect utility usage was always there to provide all the backline support, which Damara needed in every situation.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. The remaining job was done by Lightning and Medlin. But SK Rossi and Damara, they were just too good. Team Aura Esports, they were good in the aim game department, but this one thing is not enough to get you the victory. You have to plan, you have to strategize, and this is something where Team Velocity was just better. After round number 7 or 8, I believe, Team Velocity took a timeout. Before that round, they were playing a bit. They were playing with you can say they were playing a bit jiggly, but after that round, Team Velocity made sure that Aura Esports is all over the place. But never mind. This first map is on their name, and definitely, if we talk about the MVP, it's going to be none other than SK Rossi.
Yeah, of course, I think Rossi should be the MVP, especially the way he clutched in that moment with that Bucky. He was able to get 2 kills with that Bucky. So yes, Rossi was just doing Rossi things. And the main thing is, this was a map pick of Aura Esports. And on their own map, it's a 13-5 in the favor of VLT. The first kills are definitely there for the players of Aura. 10 first kills for Aura and 8 first kills for the players of Velocity Gaming, but seems like Aura was not able to capitalize on those first kills. The post plant is looking really bad for the players of Aura, 0-3. Whereas for VLT, it is 7-11. They got the site 11 times and they were able to convert it 7 times. So statistically, VLT is looking much better.
Absolutely, but let's move forward towards the MVP, and it's going to be none other than Damara with 2.2 KDA, 335 ACS, and 196 damage per round. Although I was expecting that SK Rossi is going to be here, but Damara, the way he stepped up late in the game, this is the reason why he is the most valuable player now. But moving towards the score line, 23-11 by Damara, 18-11 by SK Rossi. On the other side, Aura Esports homeboy was there to support his team, but none of those other players stepped up, unfortunately.
Of course, Gambo also 6-14, Roblox also 8-13. Seemed like there were no counter plays from the side of Aura. Whatever VLT was bringing in, Aura had no reply to that. On the other side, VLT had read Aura. They knew what sort of plays Aura is going to bring in, because if you look at the last few rounds, VLT, they were going super aggressive, already taking the rubble control in the defensive side and going for the aim-in control. Where else they had the C-mount control also. They had the entire map control, VLT, and Aura, they had no space, no map control to work around with, especially in the last few rounds. So yes, few mistakes, a lot of mistakes were also there. Aura needs to read the players of VLT a bit more. I'm sure Para is going to help the players of Aura. Next time, whenever we are going to see the players of Aura, they'll look much better. But the next map is going to be the map pick of VLT. If this is how VLT plays on the map pick of Aura, I wonder how they're going to play on their own strong map.
Absolutely correct. There's one thing that I need to highlight. Team Velocity was not doing something out of the box. They were just repeating one thing one by one. I mean, after every other round, they were just repeating one thing. But let's talk about the quiz. A chance for you to win 7,000 Val points before joining the current team. Which organization did SK Rossi played for in his first major Valorant tournament? These are the answers in front of you. Scan to answer, and two of you will get a chance to win 7,000 Valorant points. The first one is gonna get 5,000, the second one is gonna get 2,000 Val points, and it means you can get your favorite Vandal or Phantom or whatever skin you want. But let's move forward and talk about the next match. Velocity Gaming, they have to be a little more considerate on the other side. Aura Esports, they have to read Velocity Gaming, because previously, as I was mentioning this, there's one thing that Team Velocity repeated. They tried to push A side all in, and Team Aura, they had no answer for that.
Yeah, a few mistakes were also there, like Aura playing on a different angle. We noticed that one of the round, Aura, they had a different plant and they were playing for the CT control, which should not have been the case. So a few mistakes were definitely there from the side of Aura Esports, but the next map pick is of VLT. That is going to be Pearl. I wonder what sort of a composition that they are going to bring in. I expect to see a Neon and Fade. We saw Harbor also in the previous season of VCSA. So a lot of different possibilities of different composition are also going to be there on the map of Pearl. But I'm sure Aura, they are under tremendous pressure, because a 2-0 is something which Aura doesn't want at all at this point.
Absolutely, a 2-0 is something that Aura Esports is not will not be satisfied with. On the other side, their coach was saying that these players, they have some raw and crispy aim, but we need to work on this energy, and this is something that was lacking a lot. But Aura Esports, the way they played a few rounds, I think they can do something different. Previously, in the previous best of 3, when we saw that two of the teams who were struggling to compete against each other, which two teams were playing the previous best of 3?
Reckoning and SAT12.
Yes, Reckoning and SAT12. I'm sorry, I forgot. In first match, Team SAT12 was struggling a lot, but in the second map, we saw that they tried to come back. They got 10 to 11 rounds in their favor. So this is something that gives you a momentum going on. All you need to do is come up with a different plan and come up with a little bit more confident, and then you can try to make some different output, some different results. And this is something Team Aura Esports has to do now.
See, this map win of Lotus was really important for the players of Aura Esports, because if you remember the qualifiers of VCSA, both these teams did play on the map of Haven, which is the decider map today. It was a 13-3 in favor of VLT. So that means Haven is not a strong map for the players of Aura Esports. And since they have already lost onto Lotus, getting a victory, if at all the series goes to this decider, chances of Aura winning on the map of Haven are very less, unless and until they have something really prepared for the map of Haven. But before that, they need to get a victory on the map pick of VLT, which itself is a very big challenge. So according to me, the series should go into a 2-0, because VLT, I'm sure they're going to dominate on their own map pick.
Absolutely, VLT is going to dominate in their own map pick, and it's really important to see which of the composition they're going to bring in on the other side. What is the answer from Aura Esports? What is the composition that they are going to be playing with? We have seen not so many matches played on this map, but Velocity, as they have picked this one, they are truly prepared. And this is going to be a really big challenge for Team Aura Esports. And as I already mentioned, they have lost their confidence. Specifically, if I talk about the body language of the coach, he was telling us that the players are really good, but they will have a shaky start. And this is what we saw in the first game. But unfortunately, Team Aura, if they lose the second match, they will definitely lose their confidence once again. So they have to do something, take this game to the best of 3, and once again regain the confidence for the next matchups, for the next games, because this is not just a knockout match tournament. This is that tournament where you will get to face each other again and again. This is a round robin format, so you have to be prepared for it from the first day as well. This is the first day, this is the first match for them, and they have to win it.
Well, they certainly have to win it because early momentum is definitely going to give you a certain confidence, but seems like that momentum is in the favor of the players of VLT at this point, especially Eskirossi, Damara. It's not going to be easy for the players of Aura to counter the plays of VLT, the entire team. Yes, few new faces are there, but the experience which VLT is having at this point is not going to be easy. It's definitely a learning experience for Aura. Maybe next time when we see Aura, all the mistakes which happened this time, maybe they'll be rectified and Aura will come back much stronger, especially under the guidance of Paradox, because Paradox himself is having a lot of experience and I'm sure he's going to guide these young lads in the proper direction. So next time there is a huge possibility for Aura coming back much stronger, because the early game jitters which I was talking about, this is the first big stage for these young lads, and these early game jitters are bound to happen with the best of the players sometimes. But looking at the map veto, like I said, it is going to be the map of Pearl, which is a map pick of VLT, where Aura is going for the defense first.
Absolutely. The score of the previous match was 13-5. Team Velocity dominated the first one. And if you talk about the previous picks of Velocity Gaming on the map of Pearl, they do like to play with Chamber, Fade, Astra, Neon, and with the mix of Teho as well. So let's see if they bring the same composition or not. But for now, the composition is there. We have Teho, Astra, Neon, Chamber, and Fade. This is something I was talking about. But on the other side, there is something different. Phoenix, Clove, Vise, and Neon.
Well, of course, Aura is also bringing something different, and so are the players of VLT. But something different is also going to happen in the desk, as Aladdin needs a little bit of the breather after the previous match. Got the big brains of Valo with me on the desk. Scared yet? Please break down this composition for me. Who do you think is going to come on the top?
I probably think that it's going to be Shivansh. After watching this Phoenix pick, he'd probably be jumping in his own
jokes
room.
Are getting worse and worse day by day.
No, I really mean that, because last I remember, Fritz and Shivansh, they were having an argument regarding the Phoenix pick even on the map of Pearl, and Fritz was apparently pulling the leg of Shivansh, saying that Phoenix is not picked up by not even in the rank and all that blah 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 blah. Seems like Shivansh is gonna have one up over Fritz now after the Phoenix pick of Robo. It's gonna be super fun though, but this double duelist composition into a Clove, a Fade, a Vise, that's something new. We haven't really seen this tested out anywhere on any kind of stage, so I'm really excited to see how it's gonna pan out right now. It's a very hard push for the side of Aura right now, outside directly of the B long, and on the reaction, VLT are moving in over towards the mid. I like the idea. They're going in for their exploration and now can also basically put in a few people to unexpected angles.
Like you said, the entire mid control is the players of VLT, but the opening frag, the first blood has been drawn by Prime. Lightning Fast gets a trade, but can he get the second one? Yes, good boy gets the second as well. A 2v2 situation where Lightning Fast is going for the plant. A 2v2 retake with the players of Aura.
Kamara needs to win out this one. All the way towards the backside. Still not smoked though. And then again, there's also an Astra Star place there. Flash gave out the information, hence Cambo took that. Campbell won that 1v1, but Lightning Fast now can eventually have a chance and will win both the duels.
I'm so shocked for them.
Firing the shots from behind. They had no idea what hit him. Lightning fast, my man. Just catching those players in his own genjutsu without even doing anything.
Go, go, go. This is the problem with Aura. They are always able to get that first kill, but they are not able to scale up on that.
One enemy remaining.
Those mid-rounding fights are something where Aura really lacks. And VLT, they do have a strong hold on to that. The first pistol round goes in the favor of VLT. Aura, they needed that good start really badly, but seems like that's not going to happen. Entire eco for VLT and a save round for the plus of Aura, and seems like a completely free A side is something which VLT is going to be rewarded with. This should be an easy execute for the players of VLT.
I win again.
Good pick as of now. Madeline as well finding a pick of his own, so that's already a big advantage. Does not want to take the third fight. Sends out the drone where the players are. Robo in that HP. Flash right on the face, dodged by SK Rossi. Understanding that it's up the second one, but does not matter. The man who threw it is already out of this game. Prime up against Madeline. And the support is already there in the form of SK Rossi as Damara fires the shots behind him. Not a simple, straightforward, fast round. No
Completely
problem
flawless
whatsoever.
entire eco.
Yep.
And like you said, it was completely expected from the side of VLT. Cosmic Divide already just only 1 point away for Velocity Gaming. A full buy for Aura.
Vamos.
Let's see if they will be able to convert this buy round. Because this time, 3 players in hand. Was the A side. The problem was in, and the back of it a relay board. A lot of utility being exchanged. And the trades are going in the favor of VLT. Lightning fast, doubling it up.
You're welcome.
Third one also coming for him. And seems like a third round coming for Velocity.
Last player standing.
Man is up for an ace. Casually walks it, disrespects Sinks. Could not even do anything. Now they're gonna allow him to take an ace is the big question. Yambo has an idea that he wants to just run away, wants to save his weapon. It's a bonus round conversion for Velocity Gaming right now. Solid round from them, understanding. Hey, aggressive play, punished perfectly. Strength, man. Whenever you've got this Teho in your lineup, you know you can pair up those guided salvos with almost any other utility and it will work out really well. Yeah, they really want LF to find out his ace, man. They know that the player is probably in the halls. Lightning fast is so very ready. The knock-up does not connect, but his shot definitely does. An ace in the previous one. And this time to answer that, Lightning hits his own ace. Phenomenal from Velocity.
Different level of confidence Velocity is showcasing on their own map pick. Homeboy once again was able to get that first kill, but after that, that ace of Lightning Fast kind of sealed the deal for Velocity. Rossi once again on that outlaw, and Aura on the same one. Good weaponry. Maybe this time we can see a ace from the side of SK Rossi. That's a huge possibility.
I doubt so.
Gotta go.
Look at the amount of utility pushback Sinks. Now, they've got a good opportunity. Prime though, it's a good one.
Yeah,
But Lightning Fast continues what he started with the previous one. 6 consecutive kills. Make it a 7.
One enemy remaining.
Along with Rust, they've cleared out the entire site now and the plant goes down. It's again Gambo, the only man standing with a Marshall in hand. SK Rossi out there on the hunt in mid. They find each other. Rossi hits the headshot first. Ho 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 ho. Okay. Extra bullets on the body with that classic. Alright, Rossi. I see what you're doing there. Probably Aura as well.
Timeout from the side of Aura should be there. 4 back-to-back rounds they have lost, and this is going to be the next buy round for the players of Aura. They need to find a way to stop the aggression which VLT is bringing in. They really need to have a talk with Para, and maybe Para can guide the players that how to defeat VLT on their own map pick. And looking at the ult progression, Nightfall of Prime is also just 1 point away. But let's see if this timeout is really going to work in the favor of Aura. Because in the previous 4 rounds, Aura was looking completely off.
I agree. If anything, their aura is just being minus constantly. It's being decreased. And the main thing is, Shadow, if we're on the topic of momentum, velocity, if we count from the previous map, till now have taken 10 straight rounds. 7-5 half, 13-5 game, and now 4-0 start. That's 6 in the previous one, 4 right now. And their economy is just snowballing out of control at this point. Once it picks up the operator again on the attacking side. Lightning has got the Cosmic Divide available as well, so this execute.
You are divided!
She's moving towards the B. Also looks pretty simple, straightforward. Gambo. How much can this guy do is the big question. For now, concussed up, stunned up, utility in his face. But they still don't have an idea that he's backside. This could be a solid play. Very solid play. The ball has been tripped. Damara still finds one on Sinks. Gambo answers back as well. Damara being taken down, but Madeline with a shorty in hand. Up in front, on their faces. Esquerossi up close. He had no clue. Lightning Fast was there to answer. Still a 3v2.
Doable, yet little difficult for the players of Aura to convert this one. Therefore the flash to work around with. But they need to deal with the 3 players of Velocity first.
I'll find you.
The taunt is going to give a lot of information.
Right there.
They don't have any space to work with.
Exactly. Because look at the amount of utility which the players of VLT are using at this point.
Obscuring vision.
Players of Aura in that one particular spot, and Lightning Fast and Russ deals with both the players. One more round in the favor of Velocity Gaming, but that was kind of unexpected what Aura did in the last. They knew where the players of VLT are, they came from an expected angle. And what do you expect? Obviously Lightning Fast will shut you down.
1 enemy remaining.
11 straight rounds now. 6 in the previous one, 5 right now. Operator being carried forward. Damara is just gonna enjoy his time. Has upgraded to a ghost. Alright, picks up a judge. Full shield. He's got his own ultimate to play around with the overdrive. The Nightfall is there. Steel Garden as well. Along with run it back, but here we go. We got the overdrive right now first. Can he catch the second one as well? A little bit too long on that trigger, but will still reset and refrag. 3 for the man.
1 enemy remaining.
Trying to catch the 4th one as Madeline will be able to find Gambo. And it's all down to just Prime. With a Sheriff in hand and a dream to get the first for Aura. As it just seems that rounds, yes, but they're also losing the Aura side by side. Swaps up to the judge, wants to try and catch one, but alright. Prime will land in that headshot. Utility in the hand as Madeline puts a shorty through his chest. 6-0.
I hit them with explosives, then you go in. It's all about
Half a dozen rounds in the favor of VLT. 4 ultimates are there towards the side of Aura, but let's see if they can use all those ultimates in their favor and get that first round which Aura is looking for at this point. Damara with 3k, that overdrive.
Weapons up, comms open.
Aura stand no chance in front of Damara in those sort of a situation. Esquerossi once again onto the operator. Steel Garden, run it back, overdrive. They got everything. Gomez overdrive is something on which the entire team is relying. Prowler on the back of it, overdrive, but finding nothing at all. Can he find the first player? And yes, he does. Catches Medlane. The numbers advantage is with the players of Aura at this point.
I'm out of here.
But a completely free empty A side is what VLT had. An easy plant for us. And a 5v4 retake for the players of Aura.
Possible. They've also got the run it back.
Bring me the
Try and use that. There we go. The steel cage comes into play, but Eskerosi pulls out his head hunter. Instead, his head was hunted. Sinks as well, finds another wall bang on Russ. This time does seem to be the case that they're probably going to catch one round, but lightning fast, too good on his own utils as well as the trigger. Flash through his own wall. Sends out another one. The Refuse being stuck. Another fight being bought. Damara wants to catch the Refuser. He'll be able to, and it's down to last one. We won as Damara wants to peek. Sees the player. Styles over him and denies the round to Aura. What a way Velocity are just unstoppable. Seems like they're just moving at the speed of light, unmatched.
Scared. I want a prediction from you. For sure, VLT is winning this map. It's going to be 2-0. But what is going to be the score line for this poll? Your
I don't want to
prediction.
say that. I don't want to say that. I don't want to jinx what I'm thinking.
You will be jinxing this time. Trust me.
Nice try. One enemy remaining.
My
Last
God. Such a tough one, man. Such a tough one. And I'm not talking about your question, but rather the game for Aura.
Just give me the score line, man.
33.
Stand your ground.
Looking at the way Aura is getting cooked at this point, I think even a 13-3 is going to be really difficult for him. The ultimates are there, but lightning fast. He's aware about the position. He's aware of. And Damara once again, a 3K coming in. SP Rossi finding Prime. And the entirety of Aura has been annihilated. A flawless 8th round coming on board for the players of Velocity Gaming. A 8-0.
It's just a rinse and repeat. Run it down, finish them off. Again, run it down and finish them off. Fun fact, Shadow. Apart from Damara, not a single player from Velocity took a single ounce of damage. Full 50 shield. Another timeout by Aura. 8-0 start. Got nothing left after this one. But if things continue like that, they can have nothing left to play around with.
One enemy
Like the
remaining.
call from Paradox.
Last player standing.
How are you going to play around with a squad that's just so confident? Utility has been always perfect. The flash is on point. And who is even flashing the guys of Aura? There is no one with the flash on VLT side.
What's really happening wrong with the players of Aura? Aura is one of those teams which has qualified from the premiers, played the qualifiers, played against the players of VLT in the qualifier grand final. It's not like they don't have the skills.
I'll show them.
They've proved themselves in the past. Do you think it's just that they're feeling underconfident at this point?
Yep. Overwhelmed, underconfident, momentum not in their favor.
We're good.
Empty site over towards the B. Full control. You've got a ton of utility to play around. It's an eco round for Aura, but at this point, they can't even do an eco damage. Look at the economy. 7,500 is the lowest crits of Madeline. Everyone's got over that.
You want to
All
find
the
it?
money that they're spending are just on the utilities, but alright. Relay Bolt trying to catch in a few people. A bit too presumptuous there, Damara. Homeboy shuts him down with the Bucky in his hand. But again, a cosmic divide on your face.
Can't use that
Oh, what a possession. Lightning fast. Nah, this is dirty. As he still leads Robo. What a play, what a timing. Prime Instinct answer back, but Lightning Fast will shut all of them down. 5 HP! And this man just aces it out, clutches the round for his team. Not a round for Aura. They cannot break free from the clutches of Velocity's demons. It's gonna haunt them. It's a nightmare. And Aura, they've got to conjure something, but they can't.
This map of Pearl is proving to be an absolute nightmare for the players of Aura at this point. And a complete montage for the players of VLT. This was the second ace of this match. Tamara onto the overdrive, going a little aggressive, finds one. Maybe he can find a second, and yes he does. Tamara, he's on a different level. SK Rossi finding one more. The Haunt is going to give the position of SK Rossi away, and Prime will capitalize on that. Shuts it down.
Planted.
It's a 2v4 situation for the players of Aura. A 2v4
One
retake,
enemy
in fact.
remaining.
The stealth drone is going to give a lot of information, and Tamara finds Prime, leaving ammo once again all by himself in a 1v4 situation. The 10th round should be there for the players of VLT.
It's about to happen, Shadow.
Ability.
It is about to
dedication,
happen.
Time. That's all we need.
No questions asked. I can see it happening. It's not even about the utilities at this point. It's a straight up disrespect. Aura are being humiliated. Velocities care nothing.
Nightfall just 1 point away from Russ.
They're running
Though
it
the
down.
force is already there.
They don't care. I'm telling you, Shadow. They're just running it down. Yeah, let's go. Rinse and repeat. Exact same executes. Not even a weapon in the hand. Running it down with the high gear.
Spike planted.
It's insane.
You want to find it? Face
I
your
feel
fear.
sad for Aura at this point. Once again, the Mara and Russ getting 2 openings. Cosmic Divide is definitely there. On the back of it, PLT is just getting those kills. Aura is also answering back,
Last
especially
player standing.
Robox and Prime. But Russ and Madeline, they'll come and deal with the remaining players of Aura. 11-0
Last round
is what
before
we
the
have.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just feeling bad for the players of Aura because this is their first big event, and a team with good caliber is
Oh my
just feeling a
God.
little underconfident. Nothing else. They have got the
Shadow?
aim. They have got everything.
Shadow. Look at the record of lightning fast.
20-1. Just 1 death. Go, go, go.
No wonder he's had 3 cosmic divides already. Just 11 rounds. Man's averaging 3 per round. Seems like it's almost done right now. Another advantage. Weaponry's there. Nightfall used up. Tamara up close. Personal. They have to fight. They have to win. But 1 is all they get. Traded just as quickly. 6 finally answer back. Catching a couple of his own. But 3 for Tamara. Can he find the 4th one as well? Yes, he can. Maybe it's another ace. Maybe it's the 3rd one in this. But it does not matter as Madeline shuts down Prime. Steals the opportunity for another ace. But this is utter disrespect. 21-8 for Damara, 20-2 for Lightning. And the rest of the players have not even hit double digits. It's absolutely crazy. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, what another thing is crazy, and that is your possibility to win 5,000 VP if in case you answer all the questions correctly and place first in the giveaway. The question right on the screen. Before joining their current team, which organization did Rossi play for in his first major Valorant tournament? That's the most important part. Scan the QR code, answer in the form that opens up, fill in the important details, and then click on submit.
Bring them down.
You'd probably have more chances of
Locating targets.
winning that giveaway than Aura probably catching 1 round.
Ouch.
Should not have
You
said
know
that.
how to rub salt on the wounds of anyone.
I was rubbing the wound on the pillar.
You're so sensitive.
Rossi just TP's out. Like, alright. Enough for the bloopers. Robo down to just 20 HP. Still got a flash to work with. Amber's got his share available. What it's gonna be used for is the big question. He's got a timing in the mid, maybe. No one's rotating from there. It's all the way from the spawn rotation. They can go in and plant the spike. Alright, there we go. Oh my god, Sinks is done. Sinks is done. What was he thinking?
One enemy
Struck the
remaining.
plant down. It's all down to Gambo now, who's got the arc rose. But I believe it's going to be all for nothing. Gambo wins the first one. Candy Kaz the second. Relay in front of him. Not a knife. Finally answers back. Catches the third one. But it is all but for nothing. 5 HP. The man can stay alive. But look at Velocity. 13-0. Obliterating Aura on their first day of the event. Not something anyone expected, but Velocity, the sheer domination is unmatched.
This is going to give such a confidence boost to the players of Velocity Gaming, such a good head start to the journey of VCSA Split 1. 13-0 on the map of Pearl, 13-5 on the map of Lotus. Already the confidence of Velocity was skyrocketing, but after this the entire team is going to have such a confidence boost. But I feel sad for the players of Aura. They need to forget whatever happened on this particular day. Just go back home, do the homework, rectify the mistakes and come back stronger. Don't take it to the heart.
It's easier for us to say that, you know that, but man, it's if I'm not wrong, it's probably a record.
Yes.
2-0 in the series and then 13-0. It's probably that we're going to be wrapping up things before 7 PM. I had never really anticipated that's how fast a day can even go. When we were watching the games of VCSA Split 1 2025, we thought there's going to be a lot of competition. Velocity has said, yes, there is, but not for us.
Yeah. This VLT in fact is looking really strong. SK Rossi himself is a really strong player, but the entire team of Velocity is looking really strong. Absolutely proving to be a strong contender to be the finalist of VCSA Split 1 and maybe lift the trophy once again, because SK Rossi has done in the past. Russ is also looking so refined. The Mara as a duelist, as a Neon especially, is looking super refined and super powerful. So the entire roster of Velocity Gaming is looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, because all of these players, they've kind of played with each other previously as well, so the synergy kicks in way too quickly. Lightning fast, Russ, all the way in the global stage in Pacific, and they were in the roster of Global Esports. Rossi as well is there. They all have that experience, they've all got the aim. They've got everything that they need. It was only about confidence, it was only about momentum, and yes, this is the best way for you to get the momentum. Tamara just out-fragging anyone who was coming in front of him. Just can't catch enough of this guy. Every single time. If I'm not wrong, he's probably got enough to make it, what, 2 or 3 different videos for the montages that he's been creating throughout the map. Nasty.
This was a complete montage. Montage for the players of Velocity Gaming, especially Lightning Fast and the Mara players. We saw Ace, we saw clutches, we saw everything. We saw a team going super aggressive, be on the attacking half. Whatever the situation was, Velocity was just running, gunning down the opponents, and they didn't care about the ultimates, didn't care what sort of weaponry the foes are having. It was just a complete normal gameplay for the players of Velocity Gaming.
You know what? I just got a call from the producer that they're going to show stats. My question is, what stats? This stat. Alright. Wow. Wow is all I'll say. 5 times Aura had the chance to close it out in a 5v4 advantageous situation. And then Damara happened. Lightning Fast happened. Couple of rounds we saw that it was probably a 1v3, 1v4. And that was clutched out by VLT. 12 forced plant conversions. There's nothing to talk about really in this case. It's just the fact that Velocity they were just running and gunning at this point. Gunned them down. 443 ACS, 256 damage per round. I'm surprised he did not have 300, averaging 2 per round. 5 first kills for the man. 2.6 KDA, 37.7% headshot ratio. Sure, man, sure. Show me the stats of Lightning Fast. That's what I want to see. Number of clutches that the guy pulled off. Insane.
Out of 8, the Mara has got 5 first kills. So he's definitely the next big thing in Velocity Gaming to create that opening frags. Every single time this guy comes and plays, he impresses me. But on the other side, MVP from the state of Aura is going to be Prime with 8 and 13, 179 ACS and 3 first kills.
Lightning fast with 20 and 2, averaging a KD of 10. Insane. Not even 10, 11 if you really look at it. Kill, death, assist. He's averaging 11 on a smokes. SK Rossi was just enjoying. All he was trying was to keep his KD at 1. Russ was staying in the back line. He was like, sure boys, go kill. Enjoy. Have fun. Have a nice meal. And they made a pretty good one of this entire lineup of Aura. 2 in 13 for Robo. Well, Shivansh, seems like Fritz is going to still have one up on you. 63 ACS. Not something you'd want to see. Well, we'll just have to say at least they tried for the first map, at least in the first half. The second, yet again, was still a solid domination. And Shadow, if we are actually counting the number of rounds that this team was able to grab altogether, it was over 19. Bare minimum 19. 13 in this one, 6 in the previous one, when they just went in for a straight up flow in towards their attacking defensive rounds. And I believe they were also able to grab a couple of rounds before that in their own attack. So that basically means over 20 rounds without dropping a single one. That's a statement, and that's a stock statement.
Yeah, of course, because Velocity Gaming on the map of Lotus, second half they got the 11th and the 12th round. After that, 6 back-to-back rounds in the defensive half and 13 back-to-back rounds on the map of Pearl. So yes, this was a winning streak for the players of Velocity Gaming, but Aura, they need to rectify all the mistakes which happened in this particular one and come back much stronger whenever their next matchup is. They need to rectify those mistakes if they want to see themselves in the grand finals, because this sort of a performance was not expected from the side of Aura. Even being a completely new lineup, a new underdog team, still this sort of a performance was not expected from their side, especially on the map of Pearl. So Aura, they need to really work on few things.
Not just a few things, a lot of things. But you know, more than all of that, all they need to do is just hit that reset button, forget that today even happened. They're like, you know what, let's give it all up, it's absolutely fine, let's move forward. And since we're talking about moving forward, you know, there's another thing that we really need to move forward to, and that's going to be the interview. And can you guess who's coming for the interview, Shadow? Alright, you know what, I'm just going to answer that. Yeah, fast, that's right.
One of the best? मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता इससे better performance किसी tournament game में दिया है.
पता नहीं, it's just okay, I guess.
Okay, like 2 aces के बाद okay.
I mean, I have nothing to say. I mean, it's okay. I shouldn't be much excited about it.
Okay, just walk me through that ace, that cosmic divide ace. What was going on in the team at that time? Like you were just hitting headshot after headshot.
Bro, there was they're telling I kind of baited them because I cosmic divided as diagonally, and I had to watch the flank also. So I had to go to the edge of the wall to if I have to watch the flank, मेरे को खुद का wall, I have to jump through, peek through my own wall. So I didn't want to do that. So I was about to put the stars, and then all of a sudden वो लोग flash करके, they didn't check me. That's their fault. That's why I got the ace, I think. And yeah, that's what. It's just like हो गया, गलती हो गया उनसे, and I got the ace in return.
I think worth the wait. But okay.
Exactly.
आज की performance के बाद Lightning Fast, who do you think is the most difficult opponent that you are gonna face? क्योंकि like Velocity तो लग रहा है सबसे top notch team है already VCSA के लिए.
ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. Velocity is the top notch team because we haven't faced good teams yet. We are just playing. We have played all open qualifiers and all, so it's not like that. But पता नहीं यार, to say that who's the top team, I cannot really say it. I mean, has to be RNT at this point because all other teams have टूटा है, नया बना है, so it's just like you cannot do that. Like ऐसा मतलब you cannot know how good they are. Like at this point, you only know how RNT is as a team, and think they've been together for a long time, so it's probably just RNT. But then again, I don't
All
think.
right.
I think for us, the biggest opponent is ourselves only, and we don't care about what other team is. Yeah.
Alright. अच्छा ये लास्ट में सेलिब्रेशन क्या है? आफ्टर एवरी विन रॉसी एंड रस ये कुछ तो अलग सेलिब्रेशन करते हो. इज देयर समथिंग बिहाइंड इट या जस्ट ये रैंडम?
Oh no, that's some secret I cannot tell you.
Not now या ever?
Maybe not now. Someday later they will tell
चलो
tell you
ऑनलाइन
themselves only. Yeah.
चलो ठीक है. Alright, thank you so much Lightning Fast. Enjoy
Thank you.
your
Thank you for
victory.
having
Best
me.
of luck for your future games.
Thank you. You too.
I love the poster that was there on the door behind him. I know you probably noticed that as well, but man, oh man, they definitely played like the man in that poster, styling over their opponents like none other. It was just a great day for Velocity. And for Aura, as we've been constantly talking about it, yes, something that they really kind of want to forget. Maybe just moving forward, right? Be like, it's absolutely fine. Whatever happened. All we have to do is now just focus on tomorrow, what's going to happen then. And since we are on the topic of tomorrow, Shadow, we're going to have some great matches tomorrow between Orangutan and Revenant Esports, while also Asterisk are going to face Global Esports Academy. I'm excited for them. Well, that's a very solid play right now in front of us. We've got the top 3 players currently. Tamara being the top in terms of ACS, KDA. It's going to be lightning fast. First kills, it's going to be Aziz. He's got 16 first kills. My man is just super aggressive. And so is Raw Fuel 12, just following it up closely. While in terms of damage per round, it's still Tamara. So 3 players are actually, or rather 3 different titles are being taken by 2 players of the same team. That's Velocity Gaming. But you know what? Let's move forward. Have a look at the overall standings right now. VLT, an insane round difference of 21. I'm pretty sure they're not going to have any kind of trouble with that at least. 1 win, no loss. OG as well, following them up closely. 1-0. They also won with a 2-0 map difference. So MD still 2 in their favor. Reckoning, exact same thing. But it's just about the round difference that makes VLT the first one, OG second, Reckoning third. Then comes Revenant Esports with a map difference of 1 as their game went in for all 3 maps. Then Global Esports Academy, S8 UL, Asterisk, and Aura, all of them. But again, all you need to do is find yourself in the top 6 spots. That will guarantee you the position in Split 2. The bottom 2 teams will move directly to the promotion relegation 1, and that's somewhere where you do not want to find yourself.
Because that is just going to add the extra pressure to qualify for the Split 2, and no one wants to deal with that sort of an extra pressure. Everyone just wants to be in the top 6. And yes, VLT, they already are sitting on the top with too many points in their favor. But like you said, the upcoming matches tomorrow are also going to be really intense. After this, I think, is going to matter a lot. Everyone just wants to win. Like you said, OG, they are going to face up against a plus of Team Revenant Esports. And the second match is going to be between Asterisk and Global Esports Academy. And I think both these matches are going to be really interesting.
Yeah. One of the teams will be searching for that consistency, while in the second one, they're going to be searching for their first win. Struggles there all across the board, celebrations across the other half of the board, but now it's going to be super fun, right? Because the winners against the winners and the people who are still trying to find their win against the same people. Super fun to watch out for. You know what, Shadow, before we go ahead and probably close out the day, quick predictions. OG or Revenant Esports, who's going to win?
It's going to be a difficult one, but I'll go with Revenant Esports.
Wow, I think so.
What about you?
I think so. It's going to be OG. They've been looking pretty solid though. And again,
then Revenant is winning for sure. You have jinxed OG.
Well, we'll have to see. Asterisk up against Global Esports Academy.
I think Global Esports Academy might not be able to take this one, so I think Asterisk. What about you?
I think so. Global Esports
Which
Academy.
team are you
will take
jinxing?
that. Global Esports Academy. I've said it.
Remind me if I'm wrong. You were the one who said SATUL is going to win today.
Yeah, I did. I thought so. But who knew? I mean, I did not know that Reckoning will happen. But you know what? It's up. Yeah. We'll have to see, man. That's something for tomorrow. But Shadow, thank you so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much as well for all of you who joined in for the VCSA Split 1 action of 2025. I'm Scared Yet. Alongside me, we have Bhavna. We also had Anadin on the desk who will meet tomorrow as well. See you guys tomorrow for the next few games on day 3 of VCSA Split 1 2025.